Mayor Anduri, it's 6 p.m.
We'll call the meeting to order. Let the record show that all council members are present. Councilmember Kwok is visiting the early primary state of New Hampshire. And all of the other council members are here in the Don Tatson Hall. Councilmember Kwok is at 137 West Merrimack Street, Apartment 2 in Manchester, New Hampshire, which was duly posted and noticed pursuant to the Brown Act. And Councilmember Kwok, one question, is there any public there with you?
No, there is not.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're on, well, item 3 is not necessary because this is being done through the Brown Act. We're on to item 4, adoption of the agenda. Would anyone like to make any changes to the agenda? Councilmember Candell.
I'd like to move item 14A to just after public comments, so after number 6.
Okay,
Is that the voting delegation?
Oh, no, that's
Is it?
oh, you mean 14B?
Oh, B, I'm sorry, 14B.
Okay. Any other changes to the agenda?
Mayor, I have a couple of changes. First, to let you and the public know that we're not quite ready with the Police Academy graduation. So I ask that it not be considered this evening. The chief will schedule it at a subsequent meeting. And secondly, I believe that the appointment of the design review commissioners needs to be brought forward so that the DRC can hold its meeting today. So that would be.
Okay, so we'll
That would
take
be-
that after 14B. And that was
13C.
13C. Okay. 13C. All right, any other changes? And I have a motion for adoption of the agenda as amended.
I second.
Okay, moved by Vice Mayor Dawson, seconded by Councilmember Candell. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Candell,
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer,
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, so it's 5-0. We're on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Can I ask Lito to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, we're on to item 6, public comments. This is an opportunity for anyone in the hall or watching virtually to make a comment on any item that is not on tonight's agenda. And you'll have 3 minutes. Ms. Robinson.
I do have a public comment from Antoinette St. John, representing Assemblymember Bauer Kane's office.
Hello, good
Welcome.
evening. My name is Antoinette St. John. I'm Assemblymember Bauer Cahan's new field representative. So I'm just here to introduce myself and say that I'm excited to connect our office to your city. I'll be covering the La Miranda area. So if anybody wants to connect or get my contact information, I'll be sitting right there, and I'm excited to be on this team and work with everyone.
Okay, thank you very much for introducing yourself. Is there any other public comment?
Let me see. If there are any other members viewing on Zoom who'd like to make a public comment for items not on the agenda, please raise your hand now. I see no hands raised.
All right, we're on to item 14B.
Okay, that's me. So, members of the council, I'd like to introduce you to 3 interns. Oh, was that not me?
Oh, no, 14B, the Assistance League.
Members of the city council, our most favorite thrift store is celebrating its 45th anniversary in July, specifically on July 29th. And the Staff has prepared a proclamation for your consideration this evening, and representatives from the Assistance League are here.
Okay, are there any questions from council? Is there any comment that the Assistance League would like to make? We'll do it as part of public comment, so we'll open it for public comment.
Assistance League would like to thank the community for their support over these 45 years. And our contributions to the community are Contra Costa. Everything is local. And we raise about $550,000 a year, which all goes back to Contra Costa County. And thank you again for recognizing us. We're having, as she said, a special celebration this Saturday and 45% off for everything in the store. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all you do. Is there any other public comment?
If anybody watching on Zoom has a public comment on this item, please raise your hand. I see no hands raised.
Okay, can I have a motion for adoption of the proclamation?
I would be honored to make the motion, and then after, may I make just a brief comment of
Please.
thanks, or do it now, or?
Right.
Okay, so very excited that you were able to be here, and very excited that we moved it forward in the agenda. So as much as you'll want to stay here the whole evening. But I do want to thank you also and recognize the Assistance League. The Assistance League was very involved and generous during the funding for the library, and then also has been a very close partner the first 2 years, legacy volunteer and partner on Community Day. And so thank you very much. And also participated in when we were working on the parking memorandum of understanding with the Park Theater, the Assistance League as a neighbor was also very involved in doing that. So just thank you for everything you do. And if people don't know, you can take your very lovely donations down, and Nancy Morgan and others will be there to help make sure that they get sorted and priced and sold. So thank you for all you do. And I am happy to move the resolution.
And I second.
Moved by Councilmember Geringer, second by Councilmember Candell. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Candell.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Quack.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So it's unanimous, which is a very good thing because we have the proclamation. Item 13C, will that be? Yes, Councilmember Candell.
So the Design Review Committee, we had 3 possible candidates to interview. The one that we have actually interviewed is Glenn Cass, who is a current commissioner, and we would like to recommend that Commissioner Cass get reappointed. Unfortunately, the other 2 interviewees did not show. So we still have 2 openings, and we've got advertisements going out far and wide because we need 2 more commissioners. We only have 3 out of the 5, so all 3 have to show up in order to have quorum at these meetings. So we really are looking for other great commissioners.
I will move to appoint Glenn Cass to the Design Review Committee, and also with thanks because he is re-upping his term. So we're grateful for that and his experience over the years.
And I second.
All right, any comments? Any public comment?
If anybody has public comment on this item, please raise your hand. No hands raised.
Okay, any comments before we vote? All right, we'll call vote. Councilmember Kendall,
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer,
Aye.
Councilmember Quack,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, so it's unanimous. And Glenn Cass is reappointed with gratitude for
Yes.
serving another term. Okay, we are now on to item 7A. Ms. Robinson.
Thank you, members of the council. I want to introduce you to 3 interns that are working with us this summer. You guys just come and stand at the podium so they can see you. And then you can raise your hand when I. So our first intern working in the engineering department is Freya Williams. So Freya just finished her 2nd year at UC Davis, where she would be studying either civil or environmental engineering. She's an East Bay native, has lived in Walnut Creek her whole life. At school, she's a member of the Women's Club water polo team, a disc jockey for KDVS, UC Davis's radio station. When she's home, she spends her free time swimming laps and cooking, and she's very excited to become more familiar with Lafayette. She's enjoying exploring all the shops and restaurants downtown. And Freya is very grateful for this internship opportunity and is hoping this experience will guide her in her future educational pursuits. Next, we have Will Francis, also in the engineering department. Will is 23-year-old UCLA graduate from Martinez. He majored in psychobiology. And he is considering going back to school to study engineering, even while seeing his student debt soar to spectacular new heights. Will has loved gaining insight into the field of civil engineering through his internship, and he feels grateful to work alongside such kind, knowledgeable people. In the fall, Will will begin taking courses at DVC as a step towards a career as an engineer. In his spare time, Will can often be found lifting weights, practicing card tricks, and discussing life with his 2 cats. And now we have Annika Ramaswamy, who is in the planning department as an engineer. Annika's lived in Walnut Creek for the majority of her life, and she's a member of their Youth Leadership Commission. She attended Head Royce School in Oakland and will be a freshman at the University of Michigan in the fall, studying public policy and political science. Outside the office, she loves to spend time with her friends and family, play volleyball, and hike to scenic viewpoints. She's very excited to be a member of the Lafayette Planning Department staff and has learned so much already. So welcome our interns.
Hey, well, welcome. We're glad to have you with us this summer. Would any of you like to say anything? Give you an opportunity.
Thank you.
You're most welcome.
I agree.
Mayor, I just want to say that Lafayette does offer a really robust internship program. We're always looking for students to join us. We learn as much from them as they do from us. I want to say that a number of staff members on Lafayette City staff, including myself, started out as interns. So
Yeah, great. And you were warned ahead of time of the workload in both those departments, right? All right. Well, it's great to meet you, and we're lucky to have you with us. So thank you.
Welcome.
Item 7B, Chief Aldrich, mid-year department report.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for this opportunity. I will keep it brief. Just want to give you an update on where we're looking at this year regarding criminal crime stats, traffic collisions, activities that are going on at the police department. What we've done this year so far, and sort of really as we go into our busy season of the year at the police department with public events that are coming up. So we'll go through this at any point. If you have questions, please stop me. Otherwise, I'll have a slide at the end that reminds us to have questions if you have any. Just a comparison. When I did my 2022 annual report, if you recall, our crime stats are at the lowest we've had really sort of on the record of the last decade or more. And so I want to do a comparison year to date. So everything will be year to date, January to the June 30th, comparing it with 2022, understanding a lot of our stats, especially in crime stats, were lower than we've had them in many years. Calls for service, we're tracking to be on track with 2022. We did see a little bit of a dip during COVID. We're starting to come back up on our calls for service. Police reports, again, we had a slight uptick in 2022 as we came out of the pandemic, and right now we're on track to that same number this year. Arrest, your little police department stays very busy making arrests. Last year we had 259 arrests. This is everything from shoplifting to more serious violent crimes. This year we're at 140 arrests for the first 6 months of the year. Just keep in mind, you have 2 patrol officers on duty at any time, working alongside 2 detectives and 2 traffic officers with their various schedules that intersperse over the 2 beat officers or the 2 patrol officers. So with a very small staff, we are making a lot of arrests. This evening, as I was getting ready to come over here, you had another arrest on a subject in a vehicle, had an outstanding warrant for their arrest for a an armed robbery, carjacking out of another state, not too far from us. Obviously, we want to know why you're driving in Lafayette streets, and when we have the opportunity to use our situational cameras to locate those vehicles, make those arrests. Graveyards this morning, one of your graveyard units stopped an individual who had a $400,000 arrest for firearms charges and did have a firearm on their person at the time of the arrest. So we like to keep Lafayette quiet, but your officers are out there being proactive, making those stops, making the investigative stops, working the cases and making those arrests. The big area that we're really down this year is citations, and we'll talk more about that when we get to the traffic portion and the Go Slow campaign, Go Slow Lafayette campaign that's kicking off August 1st. The good news is we just went back to full staffing in our traffic unit. We only have 2 officers in that unit, 2 motorcycle officers. For the first 6 months of the year, we only had 1 officer in that unit. And unfortunately, due to staffing, he had to cover a beat or cover a patrol beat many times. And so the priority always is the patrol beats have to be covered first. And then from there, detectives work and traffic enforcement is sort of that next priority down. But we do expect that number to increase. Officer Anthony Paredes was just selected for the traffic unit. He'll be going to motorcycle training, the two-week course for law enforcement motorcycle riding. He'll be going to that in August. He'll subsequently be going to some additional investigative courses for more advanced traffic investigation through the fall, winter, and into the spring. But we're looking forward to having him on board. Right now, he's working as a traffic car until he gets certified to ride the motorcycle. So he is out there on the streets working as we speak. So currently our staffing is authorized at 17 sworn. That does include myself, our 3 sergeants, our 8 patrol officers, 1 vacation relief position, 2 detectives, and 2 traffic officers. I put 5.5 because we recently approved Andy Comley. I think it's closer to 5.75 on our professional staff. I've talked about this number being a big part of our success at the police department. For a police department of our size, we have a much bigger professional staff than our neighboring cities. Typically, you'll find 1 to 2 professional staff in their department. Ours is made up of our office manager or administrative analyst, Kathy Surgis, who's been with us for 25 years. She runs the day-to-day operations as far as lights are on, the water's running, and making sure our parking enforcement team is being out there, being effective. We also have 2 full-time crime scene investigators who not only respond out to crime scenes to process those scenes for evidence, but they also take reports, we call them cold reports. For example, if you're the victim of identity theft, no known suspect, your bank or your financial institution calls and says, hey, we see some activity here, you need to make a police report. Instead of tasking a on-duty officer with that, our CSI staff members are trained in that, and they're really good detectives in their own right. They've cracked several cases where people had stuff stolen, no known suspect, and through searching the internet, various sites, locating items that were for sale that did not belong to the person selling them, and then turning that case over to the detective for further follow-up and apprehension. So they also manage our property room, help us manage our fleet of vehicles, making sure they keep up and running. They also help us manage our vacation house check program. If you're on vacation and you want to submit a request to the police department, we'll check on your house at least every other day, if not every day, while you're out of town, and give you updates on the status of your home while you're out. And then we have John Cornell, our emergency preparedness analyst. And then, of course, we have Andy now on board helping with a variety of projects, just a great asset to us. And then we have 3 part-time parking enforcement. Currently, there are 3 young men that are in college, interested in a career in law enforcement. This program has been very successful. Currently, one of our full-time officers did come to us through the part-time parking enforcement program. And there's 2 other deputies working at the sheriff's office that started with us in that part-time program. So we'll get them back to Lafayette at some point in the future. We'll start off with persons crimes. Again, this being our highest priority, typically your largest impact on the victim. On the right, you have 2022 stats. On the left, you have year to date. The assault with a deadly weapon that you see up there involved a shoplifting where they attacked a worker trying to flee the scene. So that was documented as an assault with a deadly weapon. We have had 6 robberies this year, 3 with weapons, 3 with physical force. Out of the robberies that were with weapons or threatened with a weapon, 2 of the 3 have been solved and people have been arrested. One involved 3 people going into a convenience store in the middle of the night with firearms. They got wrapped up in an investigation that involved multiple cities throughout the Bay Area. Santa Clara County ultimately filed the cases, including ours on that. Another one involved a actually on that first one. Yeah, I'm gonna mix up the 2. Sorry. The next one we had at a liquor store here in town, threatened that they had guns, finger underneath the shirt. Using our situational cameras, we were able to track those folks down and make an arrest on one of the subjects. On the last one, sometimes when people report a crime later on, you find out there's more to the story. They become uncooperative. Their story doesn't line up. Indeed, a crime did occur. So, of course, we documented, we investigated it. Found a lot of inconsistencies with the story, and that the victim in that case failed to cooperate with us further. And more to the story on that, but it is still a crime set that we do track, we do investigate. And then our physical force, those were all cases where people use some type of force, pushing employees out of the way to execute. Essentially, it was a shoplift, but the fact that they use force now turns it into what we call a robbery. We did have 1 carjacking, I think, that made the news pretty widely here in town. It occurred in May at a grocery store here in town. The young lady was walking to her vehicle. 2 young men walked up, pushed her to the ground, took the keys to her vehicle, and fled in that vehicle. We were quickly able to put out the information, and a rent officer was set up on Highway 24 westbound. Because of the geography, you sort of typically are going to go east or west on Highway 24 if you're really trying to get out of town quickly. So we usually work with our partner agencies to try to apprehend those folks. The car was located traveling westbound. Took the officer on a pursuit onto city streets in Oakland, where they crashed, or where the suspects crashed into a telephone pole, sustained injury to themselves. One ended up being a juvenile. Both were charged in our county with those crimes involving that carjacking. And then I put domestic violence. We don't talk in detail about those, but just a comparison against the crimes that we did have reported in 2022. There are some other persons crimes, but these are sort of the bigger ones that we track as far as when I present to you. So we are definitely down overall and hope to keep that number low. Again, 2022 being our lowest year in many, many years. Property crimes. I left the graphs up for 2022, and then to the left, you'll see sort of year to date. We did have an uptick in residential burglaries. Again, going back to 2011, you can see a nice sort of graph of where we were a long time ago to where we got down to, and sort of stayed in that range. We're at 10 so far this year. Again, that's a number we always want to be at 0. It's very impactful when someone's home is broken into. That's your place of comfort. When you raise your family, you don't want, when that invasion occurs and you come home to your door being broke down, it's very, very impactful. Commercial burglaries are down substantially. Again, as I talked to you in years past, we've had cases where 1 to 2 suspects in a night go into an office building, break into 4 or 5 different businesses, and our crime stat becomes 4 or 5 commercial burglaries overnight. So that's a number that can fluctuate a little bit on us, depending on how aggressive they get in just one night of crimes. We continue to have good success in making arrests in those. And we're working a couple of cases right now that I expect to have good results out of. We had a construction site broken into a couple months ago. Since then, the company had put up some more additional cameras, alerts, called us, said, hey, we see 3 guys on our construction site. Officers responded to the scene. We're able to apprehend all 3 of them. So it was a good partnership between the company and our officers in that case. Continue with property crimes, auto burglaries. We had 37 and we were currently at 15. So we're tracking a little bit lower there. A grand theft from a vehicle, which is when your car is unlocked. We're at 5 for the year. And then petty theft, again, the dollar value of the item stolen is under $950. We're at 10 versus 37 for the entire year last year. So staying on track or lower. This is an area I want to take a moment to talk about, because if you look at our traffic accident injuries, we were definitely tracking ahead of last year. We had 16 for all of 2022. We're currently at 21 for this year. If you go back pre-COVID, 2017 through 2019, the orange number, if you look at the graph, so we had 40 and 17, 33 and 18 and 20 and 19. And we're at 21 in 6 months. So that's a number we really need to be looking at, and we'll segue into our Go Slow campaign. One of the things we're going to be working on now that we have Andy on board assisting with that program is really breaking out our injury accidents. So for us, when we track the stat, that includes everything from complainant pain to substantial, bones are broken, significant internal injuries. So one of the things we hope to do as we go into the fall and wrap up this year is really break out what those injuries look like. Again, want that number to be 0, but try to better understand that number as we talk about it. And as it goes up and down, sort of be more reflective of what we're trying to really do here. Slow down speed, slow down, have no collisions, but if they do, lessen the impact of those collisions. So moving into Slow Down Lafayette, we'll be kicking this off in August. As you recall, earlier this year, I came to the council with a proposal to purchase a lot of equipment so that we could better start tracking speeds in town through various means, and then work to be more productive in reducing speeds. When people ask why are we trying to reduce speeds, the easiest way to describe why we want a slower speed is your perception reaction time is pretty much the same. If you look at university studies, from the time we perceive a hazard to the time we react to it, i.e. pushing the brake, stays pretty consistent, in the studies of human biology. But what changes is your stopping distance. Your stopping distance at 25 miles an hour versus 35 versus 45 significantly grows. And so when we talk about someone going 35 in a zone that's posted for 25, first off, you have to ask the question, why is it 25? Well, typically it's residential areas, school zones, business districts. So now if you're going 40 through that, and you talk about your stopping distance, it significantly goes up. And so hazards are going to happen when we drive. Pedestrian, you didn't see a pedestrian, someone's jaywalking, you're inattentive while driving. But if you're going at a slower speed, your perception reaction time being the same, if we can close the gap on your stop distance, one, we avoid the collision, and if two, if it does occur, we have minimal damage and we hopefully no one gets injured. So that's why we want to slow people down. It's not so we can write tickets and make more money. The city of Lafayette gets a very small fraction of what a citation actually costs a violator. And so a lot of those, we can do a breakdown in the future on where all those monies go to, but a very small portion comes to the city of Lafayette. So we're launching in August. It's part of the city's Vision Zero efforts, targets awareness and education along with enforcement. We're identifying high-risk areas. Andy, starting in the end of June and going through this month, has been collecting data on various roadways. That data will be made available on the city's website starting in August. And as we continue to do more road surveys, additional data will be added there. So if members of the public, the council, and others can look at a roadway, for example, Pleasant Hill Road between Mount Diablo and Olympic, and you say, hey, I drive this road every day. I think people are speeding. You can really look at it and say, hey, you track 20,000 cars over 7 days, or it's actually more than that. But what is really the speed issue on this roadway, and what are the timeframes, and what can we do through engineering, education, enforcement to bring those speeds down? We are putting up a lot of heads up displays. I think after this program, you'll see probably an increase asked for more of the radar display signs. I think that'll be something we learn out of this. And again, sharing the information we're learning. We're not trying to hide the ball here. Here's where we're finding the problems. Here are where the accidents are. Here's how we can work together to bring that number down. Another component of that is we do have a place on the internet where people can go and look at crime stats active shooter training with our fire and ambulance teams here in Lafayette, similar to what we did pre-COVID. And so we're bringing that back. Obviously, schools coming back in session. So our priority on school safety, traffic safety will be increasing. And we have the Art and Wine Festival coming up soon. And that is always a big lift at the police department from a staffing and security perspective. So just some things that are on the horizon for this year. And any questions?
All right, thank you very much. We'll do questions from the council and then we'll have public comment and then bring it back to the council. So other questions? Councilmember Garrett.
So first of all, thank you for the information, and probably we'll hear a little bit about it. I know on the LRSP, but when you had the information about the traffic collisions, injury and property on the injury, do you break that down? Are those are hit by a car, injured in the car, pedestrian and bike?
It is.
So as you go forward with the additional tracking and studying and how it ties to what Patrick and Mike through the various initiatives we have, those will all tie together.
Correct. So historically, when different consultants have worked with Patrick and those efforts, and we're talking about SWITR's data. This is data that gets reported to the state, gets put out on their website. UC Berkeley is a great example of a university that takes that, makes it more digestible. We had upgraded our report writing system a couple of years ago at a pretty substantial cost. With this newest upgrade we're putting on that system, it allows us to export essentially our own SWITR's data internally on a monthly or weekly basis that was lacking in the past. So, Patrick and others would sort of wait until the annual reports came in from the state, then go look for Lafayette data. And so trying to have more timely data that also breaks it down into the smaller pieces that SWITR's does when we report out to them. Pedestrian vehicles, was it minor, moderate, or major injury, bicyclist, pedestrian. So having better data and sharing that data out as we sort of look at, again, injury crash. What does that mean? Is it two cars? Is it a single car? So we can have a better understanding as we try to tackle those problematic roadways.
And I know, as I said, it all ties together to all the work that's been every department's been doing, and we'll hear how that data drove the decisions in the LRSP in just a little bit. But I just wanted to clarify that those are a mix of types of injuries on that. And then the other question that I have, great to hear about the doing the assessments and really focusing on where there are areas where we could be better at our fuel management. We residents, we the city, we the county. You mentioned that, and Narup, I think you were just standing right at the door, but he said it's not as hard as what he had originally thought, but Chief Aldred did. But the other piece is CONFIRE. So MOFD did those assessments. Is CONFIRE, I very much appreciate Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, period, and their offer to have crew 12, is that the hand crew?
Right.
Help with once we've identified it, but are they providing any staff or resources to help with those assessments, or is that all on us and you? And actually, if I could back up, I very much appreciate all that you and your team do in the area of emergency preparedness in partnership with CONFIRE, but it feels like we do a lot more than maybe Orinda and Moraga. And so I'm just curious what assistance CONFIRE will provide.
I don't want to put words in their chief's mouth, because this is something we're sort of newly launching this effort on, really assessing the evacuation routes. Historically, it's been complaint driven. That could be complaint driven from CONFIRE saying, hey, we just drove through here with a ladder truck, or, we see an issue cropping up here, or a member of the public or the public works or police department. This is an effort to be proactive and saying, we've done that assessment. Here are the problem areas, instead of just sort of, we know this roadway. I won't name neighborhoods right now, but this one historically just visually looks a little more challenging than maybe another one, and try to do a better assessment so that we can be more proactive in getting compliance and managing that. the effort of Con Fire in that process, I think for me is still learning that. One of the clarity for us is it does fall to the city to say, hey, are those evacuation routes being maintained at the level they're supposed to be as far as height and width? How MOFD did it, I don't know their funding source, and so I don't know much more than that. But they have said, hey, we're willing to partner any way we can with you on that. And so there may be more opportunities, but we'll be utilizing and first off acquiring and then utilizing technology to say, hey, we as a city have gone out. It's going to be a heavy lift. I think one of the couple areas we're looking at have been very proactive HOAs that are really engaging in Firewise. And so those are some of the areas that I think are more impacted by this issue. And some we're eager to say, hey, your neighborhood, you're working really hard on Firewise. By the way, we also need to look at the roadway, not just your property, but you as a property owner own this issue for X amount of feet. So it's going to be a heavy lift with a lot of letters going out once we start doing this. I know MOT had some pushback early on and it's growing pains, right? And so one, we got to really assess where the problem is so we can properly address it. But I sort of worked around an answer there, but I think it's more to be determined a little bit more, but it will be us leading the charge on that.
Thanks, Chief. And as always, thank you. It was partly more questions to ask when we get updates from fire as well. So thanks.
Okay, other questions? Councilmember Kwok. Vice Mayor Dawson.
I just have a quick question about the residential burglaries. Is there any trends or patterns that the public should be aware of?
At this time, nothing significant that's any different than the past, I guess is the best way to put it. We did have a residential burglary that was pretty significant not so long ago and now has some very successful leads that goes back to that having 2 full-time CSIs. DNA is going to be very helpful in closing that case, and I'll be excited to give more details when we have the person in custody who has a long history of doing similar crimes. When I say residential burglary, that definition is no one was home versus when I say home invasion. So just to clarify, when it's a residential burglary, when I say that for the purposes of a presentation, it's no one was in the home, but it's currently being lived in, versus someone was home, someone broke in, and then you have all the other dynamics, and it has a different crime classification that comes with that. So that home invasion aspect.
Great, thanks for that clarification. So not vacation patterns yet or anything like that being out?
No, there have been some questions in the past about, estate sales and how those that may lead into it. We have had situations like that, but to say that all 10 were the exact same, I don't have enough data to really say that there's a trend one way or the other, but conversations about for sale homes or estate sales has come up before. There are things to consider when you're having those kind of sales and sort of people know that no one's home and maybe already get a chance to look at what values may be in the home. So definitely things to consider if you're in that position, and be happy to talk with members of the public that might have some concerns if they're going through a similar process with their home, but nothing that just is one factor that's the factor. Sometimes they're right off the freeway. We've had other times where they're deep into residential areas and you're sort of surprised they went that deep off of an escape route, but it does happen.
Thank you. And I just want to mention, shout out to the Emergency Prep Commission too. I know that the issue you brought up about the evac routes and Con Fire helping with that was a topic of conversation of concentrating on the evac routes for, making sure it was compliant. So thank you.
Okay, we'll open for public comment. And if anyone in the hall would like to make a public comment or ask a question of the chief, please fill out a speaker slip. And if you're at home watching, raise your hand virtually.
Mayor, I did have one other topic that didn't put in the presentation, but I had on my notes. There has been some conversation about shoplifting, and are we seeing an increase in that? So I did look at the data ahead of this meeting to be able to have a conversation. Again, 2022 being a very low number, we are seeing a slight uptick. Nothing that has raised to the level of an epidemic, if you will. But we are trending a little bit higher than last year. We just met with the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors to have a conversation about shoplifting. It is a concern that does come up when you look at sort of Bay Area in general, and the question of, is it more or less here in Lafayette? It is a crime that happens consistently, but not at the levels that it happens in other towns. And our success rate in apprehensions is very high. There are a couple of factors that do play into, when I say a report of shoplifting, that's when someone's actually called us. You know, a business doesn't have to call us. Sometimes they don't call us. And so I never want to discount what a resident says when they've gone to a store and said, I observed this and nothing happened. It does rely on the victim, i.e. the business or a manager or employee there, to call us. And so I don't, to say what my stat number is, that there's not any more than that, it wouldn't be true. So it does require the victim to make the report of it. And then the other part of it is, if it's a misdemeanor that does not occur in our presence, we do require that an employee, a business owner, basically sign a request, a citizen's arrest. And that's, nothing's changed in the law with that. If it's there's a very few circumstances in California law that allow a peace officer to make an arrest on a misdemeanor when it does not occur in their presence. So a shoplift of an item that's $950 or less does require someone from that business to sign a citizen's arrest. And different corporations and different businesses do feel differently about that. We do need that component to be able to successfully make that arrest. And that was a conversation we had with the Chamber of Commerce, and we meet with other business owners to talk about that. I want to respect that a corporation may feel differently about having their employees engage in that process, and sometimes they don't want to, and they just don't even call us, and that does happen. But we do have a pretty robust business district that's pretty proactive in calling us and being willing to follow through on that request for prosecution or that citizen's arrest. So I think we do better here than a lot of cities do, with businesses wanting to sort of take that next step. But we are trending a little bit higher, but nothing that has me overly concerned, but we're very aware of it, and it's something we're very proactive on.
Thank you. Any particular questions on that topic? Okay, thank you. Public comment.
Yes, Mayor and Jury, I have Marianne Hoisington. Hold on, I need
So there's no speaker slips in the hall? Good.
no. So Marianne, you can.
I was just calling to say we couldn't hear the lieutenant. All is well now.
No, we don't hear her. There she is. Marianne, you can talk now.
Oh. Yes, I was just calling to say we couldn't hear the officer talking. We couldn't hear him. That's all I was that's why I had my hand up, but we can hear now.
I do want to say that there was, in the middle of Chief Aldrich's report, we were having some technical difficulties. So the internet did drop out. So there probably is, there was a portion, and we apologize, but so.
Okay, well, Marianne, thank you for letting us know. Is there any other public comment?
Yes, I have Robert Lavoie.
Okay, Mr. Lavoie.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. I had a quick question for Chief. How are the locations determined for the new traffic analysis? And how are those prioritized? And then if you could comment on the what data is captured. I thought I heard a while back that it was going to be cars, bikes, and pedestrians. And then if you could share the link or where it's going to be on the website. And then finally, has the Pleasant Hill Road at Stanley on the east side been analyzed yet? That's been a lot of controversy there, and it would be good to have some current data showing how many bikes are on there and also pedestrians. Thank you.
Real quick, for the last location that he mentioned in his questions, it was Stanley at just. Gotcha. Okay, sorry, I jumped to Stanley Middle School for a second. Okay, no, great. So first off, when we started the prioritization, we went first off with our sort of known commute routes through town, so our major arterial roadways. Also looking at routes that lead to and from school sites. So those are also the ones we know of: Mount Diablo, Pleasant Hill Road, St. Mary's, Moraga, Deer Hill. So that's where we started the prioritization. As we're working with Patrick and Mike from the engineering department, looking for feedback from them. And then the third process we do open up to members of the public is through the traffic action request form.
Action request.
Okay, I always do a TAR instead of TRA. So there is a way for members of the public to say, hey, I would like an analysis done on my roadway, you know, on a residential area. We are prioritizing those main roadways, if you will. And we started off with doing passive data collection, i.e. using what we call the black box. So you don't see it unless you're really, really attentive, and then moving to the radar display signs to see how that affects the behavior in the driver. If you don't think anyone's watching, what are the speeds out there versus when there's a sign flashing at you that you're clearly going over the speed limit, does that affect behavior and change? And then we plan to try to go back around after we've done enforcement, after we've had the flashing signs, and do that passive collection and see, did it go right back up? Did we have any effect? Do we need more enforcement there? So that's on the first part. So where and when we put out one of these devices, whether it's the radar trailer sign, whether it's a display sign or the black box, we're leaving it there for at least 7 days. So we have a good period of data collection. It's going 24/7. So that way we're not just, you know, going out for 2 days and sort of cherry picking, if you will. We want there to be a good evaluation of the data for that roadway. The exact link to the city's website, we haven't separated it out. It will be at lovelafayette.org. I know Suzanne will make it very visible when you go to the website. We have not posted anything yet. We wanted to, once equipment came in stages, radar signs should be here any day. A lot of this equipment is sort of built as you order it, so it wasn't just sitting on the shelf. So as we got the black box in, or we got the radar signs in, we started deploying right away instead of waiting until everything was here. So we do have a set of data that we plan on posting starting next week. We plan on sharing all the raw data, if you will, it's all the details, but it comes with a cover sheet that if you don't want to go into the, you know, look at every vehicle, date and time, speeds coming and going, we have a cover sheet that'll be a quick analysis of what we learned from that roadway. Number of vehicles, speed, first off, the speed is the posted speed limit, number of vehicles that we tracked through there, the number that were in excess of the speed limit, sort of in increments of 5. So from 0 to 5, how many people were speeding, 5 to 10, 10 to 15 and above. So that way, if you want to just click through the links and look at different things, you can just look at a cover sheet if you'd like. If you're someone who likes the data, we wanted to make the data available. So again, not hiding the ball on that. As far as Stanley, I know, Robert, I'm pretty sure we've gotten almost every section of Pleasant Hill Road, and that'll be put on the website this coming month as we launch the campaign. I know Andy worked diligently. That was one of the main corridors that we focused on. A lot of that data that's been collected has just been via the passive mode or the black box, if you will. So people realistically don't realize they're being tracked, so we can get hopefully an honest story of what speed looks like. Also recognizing school starting soon, typically traffic flow goes up. So we'll definitely have a snapshot of a decent amount of town that was sort of summertime vehicular traffic versus school time. We all know the freeways get a little bit fuller during, you know, people aren't on vacation as much. So that'll be interesting to tell the story on that. So The data will be out there shortly, and we'll try to make it as visible as we can from the city's main page.
Thank you. Are there other public comments?
Yes, Mayor, we have a comment from Cheryl. So go ahead, Cheryl.
Hello,
Hello, you're on, Cheryl. Welcome.
welcome. Just a quick question. Thank you for putting this on the city website. I just want to know if it would be on the homepage with a link to wherever it's going to be inside the website. Accessibility just being really visible so we can all find it without having to know where inside the website is located. So my question is it on the homepage with a link to wherever it is inside the site? Thank you.
So we do plan on having it very visible. It won't, the data links themselves won't be on the main homepage, but how to get to it will be on the homepage. I'm not the expert at that. I know Susan's helping us out with the campaign a lot. So thank you to her, and we'll make sure that it's advertised the weekly roundup via social media, make it very easy to find. Also, each data set will be very visibly labeled. So you don't have to click through a bunch of PDFs to find the one you're looking for. You can easily see Mount Diablo at this location, Pleasant Hill Road at Stanley. So we want you to be able to take a look at it if you want to, not make it hard on you like jumbled splitters data. So.
Okay. Any other public comment?
I see no other hands raised.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Are there comments or further questions?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kwok? Oh,
Sorry. I just want to say I appreciate this transparency between the work that you are doing and planning, and it's wonderful. The engineering, I mean, with their tracking the data too and making it available to the public is really wonderful. So thank you.
and I'll just follow up on that by saying this is the last council meeting before the Slow Down Lafayette campaign begins. So I want to thank you for all your work on that. And thank you and the department particularly for working with Public Works on that. I see a great partnership that's going to help in all aspects, both enforcement, education, engineering going forward. And thanks to Andy for working with it. Thanks to Suzanne and for Patrick. It's a great team that's working on this. So I think we're going to see some real results. And as always, thank you to the department and to you for your report and all that you do. Thanks. Okay, we're on to item 7C on the agenda, which is labeled East Bay Mud Reservoir Tower, report from Citizens Group. As most of you know, East Bay Mud has appeared before the council several times to update us on what's happening with the Lafayette Reservoir Tower. At our last council meeting, the council authorized a letter to the state Department of Safety of Dams for Division of Safety of Dams, supporting East Bay Mud's request for a pause or a postponement, and to give time for the Lafayette Council to hear from the Citizen Advisory Group and time to hear from the residents of Lafayette as to what they think about what should be done, and to absorb the information that's available about the tower. So this evening, we're going to hear from the Citizens Advisory Group that consists of volunteers in the community. It's no surprise that Lafayette has some of the leading seismic engineers in the world, academics, practitioners, and they have been willing to lend their time, and we're very grateful for that. So taking the lead in organizing the Citizens Group has been Gordon Chong, who those of you who have been involved in city activities will know was chair of the Design Review Commission. So I'm going to let Gordon come forward and Mason. Gordon, I'll let you introduce the Client Advisory Council, the Citizen Advisory Council, and bring us up to date. There we go.
Great, thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Mayor and members of the council for this opportunity to meet with you this evening and to share some of our thoughts about the, as you indicated, the shortening of the tower proposal by East Bay Mud of the Lafayette Reservoir. It's our citizens advisory group's contention that the city of Lafayette and the broader regional recreational area, which is served by the reservoir, would be better served if the existing tower could remain in its existing configuration while still providing the required and necessary seismic improvements that we also believe are important. Because this is our first opportunity to meet with you, if I could, Mr. Mayor, take a few extra minutes to introduce the other members of our team, I'd greatly appreciate that. First and foremost is Mr. Mason Walters to my right. Mason is a senior principal with a fantastic firm nationally known for their seismic evaluations and work throughout the nation. The name of the firm is Farrell Elsesser, and again, Mason is a leader of that firm. He's joined by another individual that you've had the opportunity to meet in the past, Mr. Matt Burdix, another leading structural engineer in our field. And we're, as you indicated, Mr. Mayor, we're absolutely grateful to have both of these individuals in our community and thankful to have their shared vision, analytical ability, and thoughtfulness on this topic. I might mention that Matt's also in the audience with us, and so you'll be able to ask him questions as well if you would. And you'll be hearing from Mason in just a few minutes following my introduction. There are two other members of our team that I'd like to introduce you to that you haven't had the opportunity to meet. The first of which is Jack Maley. Jack is a PhD professor and researcher with the University of California, Berkeley, and he is an internationally recognized expert in concrete structures and everything regarding that material. He's been involved in the development of design guidelines as well as codes. And I might say that just about everybody that works with these codes has probably been engaged with some of the work that he's been involved with over the years. And I would suggest that, or I would think that many of the practicing engineers have in fact had their beginning classes with Jack at UC Berkeley. He has provided consultant and expert peer review on water distribution systems for the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, the New York City Aqueducts, as well as serving as a peer reviewer for the cities of Los Angeles, Reno, San Diego, San Francisco, and Seattle. The fourth member of our engineering team is Lauren Wiley, also senior principal with a firm of Dagan Cobe engineers, and as with Farrell Elsesser, shares that stature of a national reputation in seismic design. Lauren has a 30-page resume that I won't share with you tonight. But let me just say that he is past chair of the State Historic Building Safety Board. And while we appreciate that the tower and the Lafayette Reservoir is not a registered historic structure, that Lauren's experience of being able to evaluate and analyze various methods of strengthening older buildings and to be able to retain their historic context is very important and has been a great contributor to our team. I think the common characteristic of the four of the individuals that I've had the pleasure of working with is the fact that they all have and continue to assist in the development of seismic design standards, guidelines, and codes used by all structural engineers in California and beyond. So if you will, they are the authors of many of these guidelines with great credibility and understanding of their implementation and use. And after I've had an opportunity to listen to their discussion, I think there are really four principles that come to my mind as to what's impressed me. In their discussion, maybe because of their professional expertise, stature, and the fact that all four of them live in Lafayette, and we're absolutely thankful for that. The first guiding principle is to protect the public interest against the threat of risk from a seismic event. So all decisions, I think, begin with that premise. The second is any analysis and proposed alternative must be grounded in meeting realistic construction and cost constraints. We realize the world that we all live in today. The third is to focus, and they have decided this, their analysis on alternatives presented by East Bay Mud consultants called AECOM themselves, rather than proposing experimental or new alternatives at this time. We will not be presenting any new architectural alternatives to you, but instead, the group has chosen to do a deep dive into the work undertaken by East Bay Mud and to provide you their experience and expertise and impressions of the ability to move to other alternatives other than the shortening of the existing facility. And finally, as a community advisor group, we would like to work collaboratively and cooperatively with East Bay Mud more as professional peer reviewers. And I think that's an important relationship that would be meaningful to both the city and to the East Bay Mud. You may recall that in the previous presentations made to the council by East Bay Mud, they presented probably 4 different alternatives to you. And they evaluated and ranked each of those alternatives in terms of 4 criteria. The first being, not surprisingly, as we have, seismic safety. The second being environmental conditions, including aesthetic and biological sensitivity. The third being constructability, and the fourth being cost. So you can see the alignment between what their principles are, their ranking system, and what we're concerned about. Please keep those 4 criteria in mind as you listen to Mason's presentations. It's my initial impression, and I think the team's conclusions, that following additional analysis by East Bay Mud's consultants of our recommended approach, in fact, it's their approach, as you'll see from Mason's comments, that they will find the recommendation to be at least as structurally safe as the shortening proposal that they're suggesting, definitively more environmental responsive to aesthetic and biological sensitivities, at least as easily constructed as the shortened tower, and potentially as cost effective. I only say potentially in all of these cases because I think studies need to be undertaken before making that absolute comment. So let me quickly review a chronology of what we've done to date and where we are. On June 23rd, East Bay Mud submitted to us 2 really comprehensive reports dated March 2019 and May 2020, as well as relevant directives from the Division of Safety of Dams. Our team spent considerable effort to review the 2 documents. No small task, I might add, because they're over 300 pages of dense technical analysis, data, graphs, formulas, codes, absolutely intense. To better understand, but it was important to study them to understand the rationale for East Bay Mud's current proposal. On July 18th, we shared our initial findings with East Bay Mud, only to discover that the information provided to us on June 23rd by East Bay Mud was either not the most current version of the work, or what we got was incomplete. The older version we received focused on the potential threat of the tower collapse, and unfortunately omitted an appendix analyzing the potential damage to the outlet piping conduit, which DSOD, the Division of Safety and of Dams, and East Bay Mud, later considered to be of equal importance. On July 20th, East Bay Mud resubmitted to us corrected reports for our review, and we've begun to review that added information. And I think you'll hear some of the review comments that Matt and Mason have been able to accomplish in a very short time between receiving that information and this evening. And as the mayor has indicated at the request of the city, East Bay Mud has agreed to postpone their community review meeting originally scheduled for the 26th of July. And we greatly appreciate East Bay Mud's cooperation to postpone that meeting so that we could gather our own thoughts more comprehensively to be included in their presentation to the community. On July 19th, East Bay Mud met with DSOD without our involvement, where East Bay Mud sought an extension of time to permit our review. We have been informed by East Bay Mud that DSOD did not address the requested extension, but noted that any alternative to DSOD's recommended alternative of tower shortening would require more modeling and a new application. And as you can anticipate, that has many ramifications in terms of time, cost, and effort. So that's a summary of what our efforts have been to date and where we are with our discussions with East Bay Mud. I'm going to stop here and ask Mason to share with you the group's finding, first about the tower and the seismic condition of the tower. And then secondly, because it's equally important to DSOD and to East Bay Mud, it's the tower's relationship to the outlet conduit and piping. And so you'll get a complete picture as much as he can provide in this short time. Mason?
Thank you, Gordon. I also want to express a little bit of thanks for Gordon coordinating, herding the cat, so to speak, here, and let you know that Gordon himself is an architect of renown in the city of San Francisco, retired though he may be, but he has a big reputation in San Francisco and was a very sought after architect. So anyway, thanks, Gordon. So as Gordon mentioned, there are two aspects, really distinct aspects of interest in the reservoir, tower / dam complex, and aside from the dam itself, and that's a separate topic, which is apparently not of concern. But there is the tower, which everyone can see, and then there is the horizontal conduit, which is buried in the mud and nobody can see. And they are both very important parts of being able to control the water flow out of the reservoir when chosen and if needed, and not just to control how much, but basically to be able to turn that spigot on and off at will. Both the tower and the conduit have to function properly. And so unlike a structure like a building or a bridge where people occupy it and there's lots of lives at stake immediately around and inside the structure, the tower and the conduit are important for that control of water flow. If the tower is to fall down or the conduit is to collapse, and that East Bay Mud would lose some aspect of the control of that water. Either they couldn't control it leaving, and it potentially could leave very quickly, and that would be an uncontrolled release, or not be able to get it out at all. It could get plugged up. So those are the two threats that we basically learned about. But we had these two reports, which, as Gordon mentioned, were very thorough reports, and they involve lots of engineering terminology and, reviews of their analytical models, which are computer models that simulate, the actual structure of the dam, the rock, the soil, and the tower, and the conduit. So the two reports that we looked at were actually focused on the tower, the initial reports, 2019, 2020. These are the ones that we were really originally given. And we did as Gordon said, a deep dive into those reports and broke them all down. And then the advisory group got together and had a kind of a meeting of the minds and a consensus about what actually would be the most pragmatic approach, if they were willing to go the next step to taking another look. And basically, as Gordon also mentioned, there were 4 schemes that they looked at that were retrofit schemes. They all differed quite a lot. Only one of them was cutting off the top 50 feet of the tower. The others involved, some way of saving the tower, and one of them was actually a scheme to reinforce the tower, going all the way from the top of the tower down into the rock. Would it involve the removal of the control house on top and then the replacement in kind, so that the appearance stayed the same. And so when we looked at all the numbers that were tabulated in the report and looked at the models and so forth, we all agreed that that scheme would be very appropriate, but basically, in our opinion, they had overshot the need of that particular scheme and over-designed it, probably, out of a need to make sure they provided a scheme that would work no matter what, and they hadn't had a chance to really go back and completely reanalyze it. That's just my speculation. Anyway, been in that position before. But what we understood after looking at it very closely was that a very modest amount of reinforcement could replace the very large amount that they had planned for that particular scheme. And if they use that scheme as a comparable, to the removal of the top of the tower, that it would be very cost competitive, and the amount of work and time involved would be similar, and as Gordon mentioned, just as safe. So we did list our findings. I wrote up a summary, and the group agreed on it. And then we had a meeting with East Bay Mud and their consulting group, AECOM, and explained our position. And they had a chance to review the summary as well that we developed. And they referred to in that meeting, as Gordon hinted at, another report which dealt strictly with the conduit, and that was actually one of the reasons they had. But they implied that was one of the reasons that they had kind of over-designed the first scheme, if you will, that I mentioned, and that without that, that kind of over-design, they wouldn't be covering all the potential problems that don't seem to be supported necessarily by data, but that they were concerned about going forward. So they sent us those reports. They sent us one that was strictly on the conduit, and also another one that had to do with failure modes that they were compelled to develop at the request of the DSOD, the state regulator, basically. And out of all of that, and only 2 of us, including Matt and myself, have had a chance to really dissect that report. It didn't have what I would think is the effect of changing our recommendations. We would still recommend the following 3 steps for East Bay Mud and their consultant to undertake in order to save the tower and its appearance, and also make it safe. These particular steps would be for them to amend, in other words, perform another iteration on their computer model with the full height tower and with the moderate reinforcement that we're proposing. Secondly, to amend their study of the outlet conduit using the full height tower assumption, because their initial outlet tower study was done only under the assumption that the tower itself would be cut off. So they hadn't studied the effects of the other solutions that they proposed for the tower on the conduit itself. So they would have to study that. Our assessment is basically a judgmental one because we're not the analysts, but just as having a lot of experience with structural models like this, we think that the conduit needs to be retrofitted, and this is something that East Bay Mud and AECOM agree on, but that it would need to be retrofitted in any case, and the extra height on the tower is not really going to change either that or the effectiveness of the retrofit schemes that they have proposed for the conduit. So either way, they're going to retrofit the conduit. It's a very important element. They have to. They're going to retrofit the connection of the base of the tower to the conduit to make sure that doesn't fall apart or crack up. So they have to do that anyway. And I think that it's very reasonable request for the city to make, to encourage or to compel East Bay Mud, just as I think it would be very appropriate for ratepayers, in the area to do the same thing, to ask East Bay Mud to go back, one more step, do one more iteration on each of those models. It is not a ground up change. It is not something that should take a lot of time. And I think I quipped to Gordon that it would probably take more time for DSOD to review the reports and approve them than it would for ECOM and East Bay Mud to actually execute them, to execute the iterations. So that's where we are with that, with both those subtopics, if you will. And I'd open it up for questions if you like.
Just quickly, because I think I missed it. What was the third step? You mentioned 3 steps.
Oh yeah, sorry. I probably didn't say it. They need to take, once they do the comparative study or actually do the iterations I was talking about, they would then compare the cost with the removal of the top of the tower. That would be the third step. Because that was a basis on which they chose to take off the top of the tower.
Okay, thank you. All right, so what we'll do now, we'll take questions from the council, and then we'll open it to public comment, and then we'll come back for council discussion. And actually, Matt, we have never met in person. I was absent at that council meeting. If you'd like to bring a chair up to the table, welcome you to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll start with questions from the council. Councilmember Clark.
Oh, I have no questions, but I may have some comments later. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Councilmember Kendall.
So your decision to go back and just look at theirs instead of going forth with your own design, you did that because you read the comments from DSOD, right? So what in those comments made you back off from the new designs in particular?
It was not the DSOD comments that we were actually evaluating that closely. I mean, that DSOD's comments and philosophy underlies everything that it's done with dams in California, and that's sort of there no matter what. But we were looking at the actual numerical results of the analysis that they had provided, which was basically a simulation of the dam's behavior during an earthquake, together with the tower and the conduit. That's what we were looking at. So what we found is that the intensity of those things is concentrated in the upper half of the tower height. The prediction of damage on the tower is strictly in the upper portion of the tower. It is not in the lower portion. So although it makes sense on just at first blush to, well, just cut off the problem, take it away. Actually, it's not that simple. And there are things that can be done to the top of the tower to make it very effective and resisting the loads that they predicted, because the top of the tower is simply under reinforced. It always was. It doesn't have enough of what it should have. And it's because it's at the top, it's easier to access, than the rest of the tower. And it's something that can be done mostly above the water line and not even get wet. So.
Thank you. That was one. Thank you.
Let me just ask a question, just to make sure the public understands what your alternative would entail. If you were to go forward with the tensioning system, you would be, in order to do that, you need to remove the top of the tower.
Right.
Not the 50 feet of the tower, but you would remove the top, the
House.
house on top.
Right.
And then would that house be able to be replaced, or would it need to be?
Replaced. It would be replaced in kind. In fact, that's what they had assumed for that particular scheme. They had already assumed that.
Okay, so the existing house could not be used.
No. And in fact, it probably needs more maintenance in any aspect of the entire, the entire tower anyway.
Okay, just want to make sure everyone understood that. All right, so no other questions from the council, so we'll open it for public comment. If anyone would like to make a comment. Well, I was just going to say, yes, we are fortunate to have with us tonight John Coleman, who represents this area on the governing board of East Bay MUD. So John, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The mic is on. Thank you for allowing me to have public comment on this. And thank you for the 4 experts who've been working on this project. You've substantiated a number of my thoughts and going on in this. I felt from the beginning it was predetermined what was wanted to be done. And that does happen, as everybody knows, in projects. But what's important is to have all the facts out there that are clear, concise, and accurate to be able to make the right decision. I look forward to the final report that you come out with. And I've talked with the East Bay MUD staff about delaying the process as much as we can. And in order to get those facts out there so East Bay MUD, the board of directors, can make the right decision. But without all your work, the 4 of you, we wouldn't be here today. So thank you very much.
Okay, are there questions for the speaker? Okay, John, thank you. All right, is there any other public comment?
Okay, if anybody online has a comment, please raise your hand now. I see no hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, so we'll bring it back.
Oh, I spoke too soon. I have Ravi Reddy. So Ravi Reddy, and Ravi Reddy can speak now.
Oh, hello. I wanted to ask, what is the history of the reservoir? And my understanding is it was built in 1933.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm just curious about the history of the reservoir itself. And it sounds like this seems to be something that we're seeking to protect in the city. And I'm curious about the history of it. What is the function in terms of the geology and the drainage patterns historically in our environment?
None of us are hydrologists here. So the latter part of the question is a little bit difficult to answer. Maybe John would even be a better one to answer. But I can say that the reservoir was completed, I believe, in 1926, 2028. There actually, it's an earth fill dam, which is actually the safest kind of dam for seismic events, as it turns out. Much more safe than, say, an arch dam, as it turns out. And that's something that I didn't have a reason to know before now, but it's intuitively obvious how that would work. In any case, the tower and the dam were, of course, built together. And I think the tower was actually built for a deeper water than actually is the situation there now, because the dam actually settled during construction. It settled significantly. And so the tower was built to the height that it is and is such a prominent feature, because the dam settled during construction. So I guess it took a little gravity to compact that soil and make it the dam that it is. But anyway, that's what I can tell you.
Okay, and we'll come back to more answers to that once we have other public comment. Is there any other public comment?
Okay, anybody who wants to make a public comment from online, please raise your virtual hand now. I see no hands raised.
Okay, then we'll bring the discussion back to the council. And on a further answer to that question, there's a great issue of the Lafayette Historical Society's newsletter in the last year that addresses this. They have a full article on the history of the reservoir and why we are where we are now. So, Mr. Reddy, you can access that with the website of the Lafayette Historical Society. You can get to that website through the city website if you like, but that information is readily available. All right, so we'll bring the discussion back to the council, and we'll include in that discussion, we have our panel here so we can ask questions as we go along if we need to. So Councilmember Kwok.
Sure. I think there's been a lot of information shared and a lot of details today shared with fellow council members and with the public. I, being the council's representative to East Bay Mud, and in conjunction with the mayor and Dury, we've worked quite a bit in depth on this topic. And so let me just comment on some of the things that have not been talked about. Number one is that I want to appreciate East Bay Mud for their cooperation and accommodating us across the past couple months here. We have, East Bay Mud has responded to our request for written information, provided reports. They have come to numerous meetings of the city council to report on their status. They have met with members of our community present in front of us here today on a number of occasions and have accommodated our request of the community group to meet with their engineering firm, AECom. And so I think you can see from the commentary that both sides have gotten into very, very deep technical discussions. And while anytime you bring technical experts into a room, I'm sure not everybody, they'll agree on many things, and there'll be some things that they don't agree on. But I, from what I have seen, it's been very professional. And again, both sides have handled themselves, and again, in a collaborative fashion. So I think all of the information that we've received today and the dates that Gordon gave of just sort of what's just transpired in the matter of days, there's been actually showing a lot of collaboration and work and information transfer between East Bay Mud and our community group. So this is something that's still in progress. I don't know, the story is not yet written to the end. And so I would just say that I am personally pleased that of all the hard work that's been put in by the community, and also I'm thankful that East Bay Mud has been accommodating. And again, I look forward to the continued process and pushing for the best outcome for our community. So I'll pause there.
Okay. Councilmember Kendall.
I thank you so much for taking the time to do this. You guys are all volunteers like we are, but that was a heavy lift. And on behalf of literally everybody in Lafayette, I applaud. As much as I, don't like abandoning the plans that we've seen, keeping the current one and retrofitting it. Goodness, I mean, if that's possible, it just seems like, of course, yes. So thank you. And thank you, John, for even considering this one again. And I hope you guys do. I'd love to, advocate for that quite heavily, if I may. Thank you very much. So you guys, thank you very much for providing us this option.
I just want to say second the thanks, and I do really appreciate the methodology of going back to the original studies that you did and then discerning, okay, what could work still. That I think that's really wonderful. My question would be, what do you think is the next step? It sounds like two of you have been able to review the conduit report. Is there any more review that you might think of for that with additional people from your group, or will you write the recommendations? What is your next step?
I think, in terms of review, we're pretty much at the end of the review that we need to do in order to establish an approach. that we would recommend. And I think the main message I've gotten out of this is the tower is the focus. It's not just our focus, but it is also, even though the conduit's very important, it's not in contention. It needs to be retrofitted. Everyone knows that who is familiar with this, the system. So really it's back to the tower, and how to make that safe is in the most economical and most environmentally sound way. And by environment, I'm speaking not only of elimination or reduction of waste, but also of preservation of appearance. Architectural aesthetic is very important because it's a regionally symbolic, structure. It's kind of unique, and it kind of identifies Lafayette. So I think the next step for Lafayette, and I would, defer to Gordon and others, and to Wei Tai too, is to actually work very closely with East Bay Mud to say, look, this is what we have been told, and this is not done lightly. It was looking at your own information, and we want you to go ahead and do this iteration to show, whether or not this meets the standards that we think it should. So I think that's what's next.
Okay, and just to make sure we're absolutely clear on this, what the group is recommending to the council is that the city ask East Bay Mud to do basically two things. The third, I think, will take care of itself, but the two things. One is to do another computer modeling on the alternative that you're suggesting using the data that they already have. And second is to amend Appendix E, whatever that their study of the conduit, to do that with the assumption of the full tower, and then provide the information to you so you can look at that, and they of course can look at it. And then in terms of the costs, they'll do that on their own. But that's the recommendation, that we take those two steps.
Mr. Mayor, I think that's exactly correct. The rationale for it is pretty obvious. AECom has all of the data that they can reutilize in generating the next iteration that we're recommending, number one. Number two, it's their alternative number one, which is entitled Through the Wall Post-Tension Alternative, that we are recommending that they look at once again under our recommendations. So when we say our recommendation, please understand that it is their alternative number one that we're suggesting that they took another look at. And the fact that they have all the data, we are hopeful that they can turn this around reasonably and with great credibility, more than starting again on another alternative.
Okay, so are there any comments on that request? Because we need to decide whether we move forward with that. And if we move forward, I think that would be, it'd be appropriate for that to be communication from the city manager to the general manager of East Bay Mud, Mr. Chan. All right, we have a consensus to provide the direction? We don't need no.
You can provide direction, Mayor, as opposed to an actual vote.
Okay, Councilmember Kwok, are you in agreement with this?
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're all in agreement. Any other further comments before we?
I had my hand up, but I want to thank Gina because I was going to move to a point of order and process on what the next steps were. And so we all got there very graciously. I also just wanted to add my thanks to all of you and for the leadership and for stepping forward. And John, to you for, continuing to come and push and advocate as our representative to the East Bay Mud Board. And I want to thank the subcommittee and our city manager, because I know that Nirup has been connecting with the general manager of East Bay Mud. And so want to thank him as well, because I know that this is not ever something that an agency wants to do, to have another agency bringing in engineers and experts and things like that. But it has been a very collaborative process, and I very much support. And I actually really appreciate that it wasn't us coming in and, well, it was in the beginning us saying, wait, why can't we do this, and then leave it. But it was really the way that your methodology, as Vice Mayor Dawson said, is looking at what they already had. So it's not that we're asking you to go back to the drawing board, East Bay Mud. We're trying to work with you. So I very much appreciate that whole process, and very much look forward to hoping that this is met positively by East Bay Mud, and that we'll be back here looking at how we move forward with that solution. So thank you very much. And thank you, Mayor, for allowing me a few words.
I have a few points here and you've made them all, but I'm going to do them again from a different approach. I just want to say we have had a great relationship with East Bay Mud over the years. I would go so far as to say that's our favorite utility. 100%. It's hard. So we look forward to continued collaboration with East Bay Mud on this, and so just want to express that that's where we're coming from. And I hope that the East Bay Mud sees that we're acting in complete good faith here and want to work with East Bay Mud for a safe outcome. And, hope that East Bay Mud engineers will have an open mind and will take this approach very seriously. Gordon mentioned the postponed meeting. There was to have been a community forum on Wednesday evening, which will now be postponed. And when we get the results back, well, I'm assuming that East Bay Mud will take our request into consideration and carry it out. We'll get the information back, and then we'll be in a much better position to have that public meeting and get public input. And in the meantime, there's been a lot of discussion about safety. And again, all of us, that's your primary objective. That's the council's primary objective. I just note that in 2017, when we started to look seriously at the seismic concerns with the tower, East Bay Mud put out a press release, which was on their website, which assured the community that there was not a great safety risk. There's been some ongoing communications with the East Bay Mud engineers about what precisely are the safety risks. And I don't want to summarize all of that, but I can say that the safety risk really comes into play if two things happen, neither of which has ever happened before. But one is that the maximum credible earthquake occurs, and either before, during, or after the maximum credible earthquake, we get a maximum precipitation event, which basically is 36 inches of rain in 72 hours, which is 150% of our average annual rainfall in 3 days. So obviously there's a chance that these things can happen. And if they do, we want to be ready. But all I'm saying is that there's time, I think, for us to take time and get this right for a long-term solution that ticks all the boxes, aesthetics as well as safety. So, and then most important, I want to thank you and your colleagues for taking all the time to look at this. And we really appreciate your volunteering to do this. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much.
I just want to say I continue to be inspired by the volunteerism and the passion that comes from this community. You guys exemplify that with your, professionalism and experience that you bring to community interest. So thank you so much, and extend that to also Lauren and Jack as well. Thank you very much.
And just I've said this in other forums. I'm so relieved to know that such seismic engineers live in Lafayette and feel that this is a safe community to live in. So thank you again. All right, we're on to the consent calendar. Are there any items that council member would like to have removed from the consent calendar? Councilmember Kendall.
I'd like to remove 8C.
Let's see. All right, any other items? Are there any items that a member of the public would like to request be removed from the consent calendar?
If you'd like to request that an item be removed from the consent calendar, please raise your virtual hand. Do you have one hand raised? It is Cheryl. Okay, go ahead, Cheryl.
I just popped in and I'm not sure what item Susan Kendall mentioned, but if she mentioned 8C, then great. And if not, then I would like to do 8C.
Okay, it was 8C. All right.
Thank you.
Cheryl, thank you.
I
Okay,
see no other hands raised.
all right. Then we have a motion for adoption of the consent calendar 8A, B, D, and E.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Kendall, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson. Councilmember,
Mayor, did you omit F intentionally? I think you said A, B.
and F.
And F,
And
for
F.
sure.
Okay,
And-
perfect.
Thank
Should I
you,
pick
yes.
The
Yeah,
second. or-
thank you.
Yes.
No, I did not intentionally do that. All right, Councilmember Kendall,
Aye.
Councilmember Garinger,
Aye.
Councilmember Quack,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, so that's unanimous. We're on to item
What about G?
10A.
Mayor,
Mhm.
I know it's not exactly 2 hours, but would it be possible, since I believe these items will be longer? Do you want to just jump in? And I'm fine either way. I just,
Am I wrong?
maybe after this one.
Yeah, why don't we take the break,
Okay.
break after this item?
Okay.
Okay. All right, Mr. Wolf, Ms. Robles.
Good evening. I'll just need one moment to set up my device.
Renata, you need Diana now.
Yes, please. Oh, gosh. Beatrice, if you wouldn't mind showing, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Good evening, council members, members of the public and staff. Tonight, planning staff are returning with a verbal update on items relating to the housing element previously discussed at the council's July 10th meeting. As a refresher, a significant requirement of this housing element update process is for cities to take actions to affirmatively further fair housing, also referred to as AFFH. AFFH is a requirement under state law, AB 686, for jurisdictions to improve housing choice and mobility into lower density areas, which for Lafayette means going beyond the downtown. In response to the city's adopted housing element, HCD issued a letter in March raising that the city must undertake a robust and significant suite of programs to address the AFFH requirement. On July 10th, staff presented 8 proposals to address this comment for review by the public and council. All of these draft programs were based on similar programs included in certified housing elements elsewhere in California. Before and during that meeting, the council received approximately received comments from approximately 40 members of the public and considered the merits and impacts of each draft program. Here we go. So after much deliberation of the full suite of programs presented, the council directed staff to discuss the 6 programs shown on screen with some minor amendments from those included in the staff report. To discuss those with the city's HCD reviewer and receive preliminary feedback on whether those programs could satisfy the AFFH requirement. So on July 12th, staff did just that and met with the HCD reviewer to discuss these 6 programs and received some initial feedback. The city's new reviewer, Paul McDougall, provided some suggestions on how to further refine the programs to fulfill the intent of the AFFH requirement, but indicated general support for the council recommended programs. So it's with some relief that we are happy to report that back. So it is given this response from the HCD reviewer, that to address the AFFH requirements, that staff does not at this time recommend moving forward with programs 1A and 1B. These can still be considered at a later date. However, given this response to those programs shown on the previous slide, we would no longer recommend 1A and 1B. Further, staff received additional comment on the proposed program regarding prohibiting unhosted short-term rentals like Airbnbs and VRBOs since that July 10th meeting. And the public was requesting additional time for consideration and outreach. In that staff report for that meeting, staff indicated potentially hundreds of units could be returned to the housing stock if removed from short-term rental platforms. As a general review of potential impacts, staff identified approximately 100 rentals that include an entire housing unit. That was the type that we were looking for across many platforms, though not all those units represented unhosted rentals. So given the limited impact of this program, if restricted to only unhosted rentals and the public's request for more consideration, staff also recommends that draft program 4 not be put forward in the updated housing element at this time. So it's with council's direction that staff would continue working to refine 5 programs, programs 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7 per HCD's feedback, and return with those programs more fleshed out for review by the public and council at a future meeting. Additionally, staff has continued working to respond to other HCD comments through both narrative edits as well as additional analysis. The second HCD comment letter specifically requested further analysis on the city's opportunity sites. And in conducting this analysis of the sites, staff finds that there will likely need to be additional review and potential modifications made to the sites. So staff needs additional time to further evaluate these potential changes, and will again return to a future council meeting with more details and recommendations, but want to provide advance notice to the council and public that this matter will be need to be discussed. And so it is with that, I will conclude my update and make myself available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Councilmember Kendall.
Thank you so much for having that meeting, and thank you for the report. Excellent. You said that he had other ideas for us. What were they like?
Yeah, so it was additional refinements kind of to the programs presented. So an example was with regards to the existing single family structures being divided into multiple units, kind of working to create more clear criteria under which those provide some preliminary criteria that would qualify structures for that program. So it wasn't anything beyond what the council discussed us to talk about. It was more with regards to those programs presented.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions? Let me just ask that he, do you feel that if 4 is left out, you still have an adequate suite of programs?
Yes, that is our belief. It wasn't that what the short-term rental program was not held up as a key piece of that suite of programs.
Thank you. All right, public comment. Is there anyone in the room or online who would like to comment on this item?
If there's anybody online that would like to speak, please raise your virtual hand. I do have a speaker, Sharon Farley. Okay, Sharon, you can speak now.
My question is, when might we see a map with the 1/4 mile from downtown boundary that includes street names rather than just zoning, so that we have a better idea and our neighbors have a better idea of what 1/4 from downtown is? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll come back to that after public comment. Is there any other public comment?
Yes, I have two. First is Stella Witherspoon. Okay, you can speak now, Ms. Witherspoon.
Thank you. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, we can't hear you now, Stella.
Now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay,
Now we can't.
now you can't. So sorry.
Well, we lost her, so she might come back. In the meantime, we have Cheryl. So Cheryl, you can speak now.
I wanted to second Sharon's request for more information on the 1/4 mile. Where is the starting point of that? And then my other question, Renata.
Carol, we can't
Can't
hear.
understand.
Oh dear. Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
Whew. So I wanted to second Sharon's question for more clarity. There needs to be a lot more clarity on that. And thank you for that. And then my other question is, Renata just mentioned multiple family. Is it duplexes or define multiple family? I thought it was just duplexes. That's my other question. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have Stella back?
Yes, we do. I'm gonna allow Stella. You should be able to speak again. You need to, there you go.
Okay, hi. Hopefully you can hear me now.
Yes.
Excellent. Sorry about that. Technical difficulty on my end. I just wanted to comment on the religious organizations density amount or density. I think that's a bit high given their distribution in the city. And so I would personally be more supportive of 15 or 20 dwelling units per acre for that program.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Is there other public comment?
Yes, we have Ravi Reddy. Okay, Mr. Reddy, you can speak now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome back.
Thank you. You remember me? Okay. Yes, I'm very curious about this issue about the short-term rentals, particularly in relation to, I'm hearing this number bantered around that there are over 100 short-term rentals in Lafayette. So I'm very curious about this, and I would just like to draw the council's attention to this issue. And also, I would love to see what the staff has that backs that up. My own investigation into this reveals not more than half a dozen or a dozen. And I'm really, really interested to find out how we have over 100 short-term rentals in Lafayette. So that's my public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there other public comment?
If anybody else has Robert Lavoie, sorry, Robert Lavoie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome back.
Great, thank you. I wanted to comment about the quarter mile downtown map as well. Last time it looked like they took the existing downtown area and then went a quarter mile from the outside of the area that was defined as the downtown area. But that really wasn't very rational in my opinion, because if you take a quarter mile from the ends of the city, you're like 2 miles from anything important. So I took a look at the map, and there's about I think it's 1,300 feet between Trader Joe's and Whole Foods, which I would say is the sort of the downtown, the key areas. You've got your transit hub, you've got your grocery and your essential services, and your library and your main restaurants. So taking a quarter mile from that and going around would, I think, give us a realistic area for people who are looking for homes that they can walk, reasonably to the grocery store, walk to BART, that kind of thing. So any consideration of redoing that map, I think it really needs to be tightened up. As we noted from the people in the presentation last meeting, Sunflower, they were talking about the keys to high density housing and walkability. So I wanted to really focus on that. Let's see. Talking about the item 7, increasing the density. I mentioned last time that I might consider that, but I wanted to retract my support for that after considering the other comments from people reminding us how many times that we discussed increasing density in other areas outside the downtown during the GPAC meetings and the multiple city council meetings. So I think that one should be taken off the table. Churches, I'm fine with that. I think going to 30 is fine. And the ADU and the junior ADU, I voiced some comments last time about limiting any kind of limits over 5 years. I think is a significant intrusion on property rights, and it might cause people to actually keep the properties off the market, which is against what we're trying to do. But we also have to allow for people to be flexible with their property so that they can use it for their own needs as they might change. People might die, elders might die, or kids might graduate from college or so forth and not need it anymore. So I think I'm out of time. So thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Are there other comments?
If anyone else has a comment, please raise your virtual hand. I see no other hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back to the council and just deal with some of the questions and issues that were raised. There was several comments on the quarter mile and how that's determined. Would it be possible to bring back my understanding, I just want to confirm, we'll be considering this at the August 28th meeting. Is that right?
Yes, that is our intention at this time. Yes.
Okay, and each of the items that we ask you to follow up on that'll be included in the report at that point.
Yes, we'll bring back more detail.
And is it possible to provide a detailed map with street names that shows the quarter mile?
Yes, we actually already have staff working on that.
Okay, thank you. That takes care of that one. And then Cheryl had asked the definition of multifamily in the context of the item here.
I think I need a little more clarification on whether I think she's referring to that quarter mile. Yeah, okay, thank you. So the program is to allow for existing single family residences to be within the existing building envelope, split into 2 to 4 units in that quarter mile boundary. And so it's not a change in the zoning, it's what's allowed within the existing building footprint.
Okay, so I took her question to refer to multifamily in the multifamily zones, which would be The definition would be any types of multifamily housing. Well, she knows duplexes are possible.
So broadly, multifamily is two or more units. And then by district or by program, upper limits and other parameters can be imposed, you know, whether it is the multifamily residential T district or multifamily residential A, those are both multifamily, but they have different upper limits in terms of density. So if the question relates to what constitutes multifamily, it's two or more units.
Okay, but what that means is that we'd be, let's say somebody had an acre in that zone, we would be saying that they could do a 20-unit development on that acre.
In which zone, I'm sorry?
In any of our low density multifamily zones. This is program 7.
Okay.
Yes. So yes, that would be the allowable density for an acre of land. They could build 20 units or
Okay, and
the
that could
council
be
also.
one building.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then there was the question about the number of short-term rentals. I don't know if we want to spend time on that because that's off the table. Do you
Yeah,
have a
I can
short
follow
answer?
up with the commenter separately.
Okay, that's probably the best. Thank you. All right, we'll bring it back to the council. Any comments or other direction? Otherwise, we'll be receiving the report on the FFH as well as the housing element on the 28th, August 28th. Councilmember Garrett.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I did watch the last meeting. I mean, I read the staff report. I actually tried to come on at about 9:30 or something. That must have been in the middle of a break. And then I couldn't get the YouTube to work because I'm, that committed as I was falling asleep. But I appreciate the discussion and the staff report and look forward to weighing in more. I appreciated the discussion and deliberation and how we got to the recommendations. And very excited about meetings happening with HCD and reviewers. So congratulations. Thanks.
Oh, Councilmember Kendall.
So what, are you coming back with the quarter mile from downtown just specified in streets? And not with just a bubble map, right? You're going to come back like that. The bubble map is important, but are you going to split streets? Like basically are some parts of streets going to have one zoning and one part is going to have another one? Or are you going to take it as a street by street kind of exercise?
It would be applied, the new requirement would likely be applied to the parcel. So there'd be a quarter mile boundary buffer drawn from the outer boundary of the downtown districts, and then parcels within that quarter mile buffer would be subject.
I guess I would be, I would hate to have, just the last house, that's just beyond a quarter mile, right? And it all of a sudden has a different, designation than all the rest of them on the street, right? So I guess just be a little bit, I don't think I would be, strict on the quarter mile if there were other boundaries that made sense that, got to us to the same answer, but made more sense to the streets and the.
And I agree with you that there should be some ideally logic or common sense brought to district boundaries. Historically, when the city established zoning, the boundary lines between zoning districts were drawn, and often it was not uncommon for a parcel to be in two different zoning districts. So there's provisions in the code on how to address that. I agree for ease of administration and for property owners, it would be best to have only one zoning on a property. If it is a cul-de-sac street and it's just that last parcel, I think that we can probably make that adjustment. And then it becomes a matter of degrees.
Sure.
If it's 2, 4, 6, 8, there are many streets that just have multiple zoning districts. I mean, the boulevard itself has multiple zoning districts on it because of its length and how it appears. And so your point's well taken, and we'll do our best to bring logical boundaries.
And then with Rob's statement, do you think that the HCD rep would agree that if we only limited to the downtown core, would that still get us to our goals? Yeah, you're like, no.
No,
I-
that would not
was-
fulfill the BFFH
I pretty much
requirement.
I expected that answer.
Yeah.
So, but had to ask it.
Yeah, I understand.
All right, thank you very much. We will now break until 8:20. 10B. And Mr. Gullia, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Okay,
Right.
we're good.
Sure that
We are live
with us.
So I'm very happy to be here tonight to review.
There we go. Okay, sorry. Please go ahead.
Okay. I'm very happy to be here tonight to review and discuss the culmination of the process to prepare the Lafayette Local Road Safety Plan. Over the past several months, many people have been hard at work to prepare this framework that will help Lafayette systematically and collaboratively move forward to improve safety on our roadways for everyone. The great news, of course, is as we heard from Chief Aldred earlier, a data-driven and collaborative effort to improve safety is already underway. So the process to prepare the plan was robust and was influenced by multiple data analyses, local and national best practices, inputs from our multidisciplinary task force, our Transportation Commission, and many of our residents who have been actively engaged throughout the process. And I can't forget the hard work put in by many people from Tool Design Group. Tonight, I'm pleased to have Allison Mills from Tool here with me. She's going to provide you with a brief presentation in advance of our discussion to describe the elements that make up the LRSP, the inputs behind the recommendations, and a description of how the LRSP will be used moving forward. And with that, I'll hand it off.
Thanks, Patrick. Thank you all for having me here tonight, and I'll proceed with the overview of the LRSP. So this local road safety plan focuses on the safety of locally owned roads in Lafayette. This plan follows FHWA LRSP guidance, and we made sure to follow that guidance very closely, meet those requirements so that Lafayette is eligible for the extensive funding opportunities that are available right now. Those funding opportunities include Caltrans's HSIP funding, US DOT, Safe Streets for All, and not limited to those two. But ultimately, this LRSP outlines actions and projects needed to prevent deaths and serious injuries on roadways in Lafayette. Vision Zero. So Vision Zero and the Safe Systems approach work together as part of this plan. Compared to a traditional approach that relies on human behavior being perfect, puts a lot of responsibility on the individual, and seeks to prevent collisions in a general sense. Comparing that to the Vision Zero approach, this approach recognizes that human error is a given, and that should be integrated into a systems approach that seeks to prevent deaths and serious injuries. These deaths and serious injuries are preventable. The city of Lafayette adopted a Vision Zero resolution in 2021 and envisions this goal being met by 2033. A little bit about the safe system approach itself. Deaths and serious injuries are unacceptable. Again, humans make mistakes and we are vulnerable. Responsibility of safety is for everyone, not just on the individual, and addressing safety should be proactive. And as you address safety throughout your system, it's critical that there's redundancy as far as what it is that you are implementing and how it is that you are going about addressing these crashes. So this outlines the safe system approach framework. And as I said before, the safe system approach really believes that humans will make mistakes, and it outlines or it takes that into account holistically. So since studies show that speed correlates to the likelihood of death or serious injury, there's an emphasis on reducing speeds, which will then reduce impact forces and make the likelihood of deaths and serious injuries, make them less likely. City of Lafayette has a number of existing plans and programs and other efforts that advance roadway safety. The visions and goals and strategies of this LRSP are aligned with these efforts. They do not preclude these efforts from initiating other safety projects, such as those that are outlined in the Bikeways Master Plan. This LRSP is meant to work together with these established plans and will help to guide future ones. All these efforts work together to create one transportation system that is safe, equitable, and accessible. What goes into a local road safety plan? An important part of the development process is to establish leadership. A task force was comprised to help lead this process. The task force included members who represent wide ranges of agencies, groups, and perspectives who are all directly impacted by roadway safety. These are listed on the right. There were 4 meetings held by the task force, all of which were open to the public to give them an opportunity to participate. The community engagement process for this plan sought to reach and hear from as many community members as possible. A virtual open house was held, and the focus was asking attendees what makes them feel unsafe, what roadway conditions and factors, what locations in particular, what behaviors, and input on these aspects were also given by email and phone. A web map survey was made available between the end of October and December. And this web map survey helped to identify locations in particular where people felt unsafe, as seen in the map on the right. The most cited location was Mount Diablo Boulevard and Moraga Road. So some of the main takeaways from the engagement process as a whole: roadway factors of particular concern, dangerous intersections, lack of visibility at uncontrolled locations, speeding and high posted speed limits, safety needs for pedestrians and bicycles, the needs to have these vulnerable users separated, unsafe roadway behaviors that were identified included speeding, distracted driving and walking, roadway users not following or knowing the rules of the road, and locations that were emphasized in particular downtown, as I mentioned, Mount Diablo and Moraga Road, near schools, and winding roads such as Happy Valley. As Patrick mentioned, this was a data-driven process. We considered 5 years of crash data where there was a total of 47 crashes, 14 of which were those involved killed or serious injury crashes. So that 5 years of crash data was analyzed to determine where the city of Lafayette should focus efforts to address deaths and serious injuries. The high injury network was established through analysis of crash injury severity and density. KSIs revealing the severity, and something called sliding window analysis, helping to identify segments with high crash densities. Now, some additional crash methodologies that were used was something called the Safer Streets model, and this helped to complement the high injury network by identifying areas with higher crash risk. So this process generated crash risk maps, one shown on the right that pertained to pedestrians. And ultimately, these outputs were used to confirm the sliding window analysis and ultimately decide on the high injury network, which are the 9 segments listed here. Engineering field visits were conducted along each high injury network segment. Street conditions were reviewed, traffic control devices, and notes were made about safety infrastructure that was deficient, and also just any behavior that we saw that seemed notable. This information was taken and location profiles were created for each segment, and those are included as part of the plan. Emphasis areas. Now, The four components that I just went through are what helped to inform what we call emphasis areas. Now, these emphasis areas are key factors which the city should focus on to eliminate deaths and serious injuries. These emphasis areas included bus stops at intersections, distracted driving, failure to yield, improper turning, interactions between bicyclists and motorists, interactions between pedestrians and motorists, lane departure, speeds, trail crossings, and unsignalized intersections. Moving on to the safety strategies, which are three aspects that will be used to address these emphasis areas and the identified high injury network. There are three types of safety strategies, and these comprise the city's strategic approach to achieving zero deaths and serious injuries. We relied on national best practices to help us inform these safety strategies, and also made sure that they were developed through the lens of the safe system approach that I was talking through earlier, which again acknowledges that we all make mistakes. These mistakes are inevitable, and our system should take that into account. And drawing back on the engagement of this process, the crash analysis, to help us really finalize this set of safety strategies. So the first type of safety strategies are the policy, program, and practice actions. These are included in a table in the plan, and it's comprised of actions and steps that prioritize roadway safety. The actions are overarching strategies the city should take, and the steps detail how these actions will be achieved. This table is meant to be a living document. It's meant to help track the progress and also measure the outcomes of these actions. Now, the next two strategies pertain to infrastructure, physical changes to our streets to improve safety and address deaths and serious injuries. The physical changes that make up a high injury network project are the safety countermeasures offered in the LRSP's safety countermeasure toolbox. So, how does one develop a high injury network project? The crash data is a very important part of developing a high injury network project, because that's going to give you the information about the deaths and serious injuries that occurred because of crashes, and allow you to focus countermeasures on the characteristics of those crashes and what caused them. So I'm going to go through an example of how to apply this method of developing a high injury network project. Moraga Road, for example, in considering the 5-year crash data for this particular high injury network segment, prevailing crash types were failure to yield, unsafe passing, and other improper driving. So when you consult the safety countermeasure toolbox, several safety countermeasures that are known, proven effective to address these crash types include curb extensions, leading pedestrian intervals, pedestrian refuge islands, prohibiting right turn on red, reducing corner radii, hardening center lines, and lighting at segments. Furthermore, in developing a high injury network project, community input from the LRSP should be considered, and also information in other plans. In Moraga Road's case, which through the LRSP community engagement process received the most unsafe points of any location through the web map survey. And as part of the engagement process, solutions that were suggested were more visible signage, harned center lines, and additional lighting at bus stops. So you can already see how things that were voiced by the community align with what we determined through analyzing the crash data. So in looking at existing plans to see what came out of those processes. In this case, the schools along Moraga Road being included in the Rapid Implementation Safety School Plan suggested solutions such as left turn phasing, leading pedestrian intervals, and enhanced walking and bicycle facilities. So in addition to looking at the crash data, which is going to help steer the safety countermeasures that make up the project towards these killed and serious injury crashes, going back and also looking at community engagement and prior plans to help fully formulate the project. The third type of safety strategy is citywide systemic roadway improvements. These are a subset of safety countermeasures in the safety countermeasure toolbox in the LRSP. These are proven effective safety countermeasures that are beneficial for overall for all road users. And these are countermeasures that can be installed in a widespread. And this LRSP recommends starting with that high injury network where you're seeing those killed and serious injuries occur. And these citywide systemic roadway improvements that are implemented can also be informed by community feedback. So the next steps, as far as the LRSP goes, as I said, the LRSP describes a safety framework to address deaths and serious injuries, outlining processes and policies that will help to shape the approach to roadway safety in Lafayette. It's going to require ongoing collaboration, data collection and monitoring, and program evaluation. And what this will do is help to inform adjustments to the approaches based on the effectiveness of countermeasures and success of the safety programs and policies outlined in the LRSP. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll take questions from the council, then we'll open it up to the public, and then we'll bring it back to the council. Are there questions? Okay, and before anyone has a question, thank you very much for all your work on this. Thanks to you, thanks to the entire task force, thanks to our two council members who were involved with this from the beginning. A lot of work obviously went into this, and we're grateful for it. Questions?
I have a simple question, and it's about bus stops at intersections in the emphasis areas. What exactly is the issue around that in terms of crash analysis there?
I don't know that specifically. I'd have to look at the data a little closer to see what was occurring in particular crash types, what we heard from the community that brought us there. So.
Okay, thanks.
The crash analysis did look at where the collisions were occurring, and there was an output from the crash analysis that identified that many of them were near intersections where there were bus stops.
So it's a location as opposed to like, okay, people are getting out of or the bus is actually stopping and causing. So it's more just location based. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a couple questions. Page 3 says Lafayette has established a goal of eliminating road deaths and serious injuries in the city by 2033. I take it that the 2033 date came from the group, the task force?
Yes, it did.
And how was 10 years picked?
There was a need to be aspirational, and the further out you go, there's less of a sense of urgency. It was also discussion around that we have, 14, a relatively low number. It's a good problem that Lafayette has, in that it is a relatively low number, and that it may be achievable in that time frame.
Okay, great. Thank you. And with respect to the low number, so much of this, you emphasize data in the presentation. Do we really have enough data to draw conclusions? I mean, it seems like so much of what occurs are one-offs in Lafayette. I mean, it's almost, excuse this, but it's almost like you look at what happened here and you're preparing for the last war, because who knows where the next one is going to occur. So I guess the general question is this data really robust enough to make generalized conclusions?
So part of the reason it wasn't just like the KSIs that were considered is exactly that. And that's why there's also the aspect of considering like the density of crashes. So in addition to number of KSIs, the data was also, I think, pretty definitively based on that number of crashes and considering those two factors, like where it will be worthwhile to focus resources and efforts.
Thank you.
But you are correct that because we have a relatively low number of KSI collisions, that those one-offs do skew the results, as opposed to a larger city with thousands of KSI collisions.
Questions?
I do. Okay, so I'm going to go for little nitpicky ones first, and then I have a big kind of a broader statement. The on table 3 on page 49, it's on page 57 of our PDF, but it's page 49 of the document. And there's a table there, and it was for the CCTA Vision Zero, and it has a gap, like on the one, the interactions between pedestrians and motorists, it doesn't have an X. And that seems, they do have one for bicyclists and motorists, but then like not one for pedestrians and motorists. I question that.
I will confirm with CCTA.
Okay, yeah.
Double check that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it didn't seem quite right. There's the footnote in the toolbox at the end for the countermeasures toolbox. So it's on the pages, they don't have numbers. The toolbox needs page numbers. That's another nitpicky thing. So it's under the countermeasures. The last thing is there's footnote 5 and has 10, Lafayette's 10 emphasis areas. And they list bicyclists, bus stop, distracted driver, failure to yield. Are these, so these are just listed, they're not prioritized. They're just
emphasis areas are not prioritized.
And okay, so maybe we should just say that. And so people don't think, oh, we're going number 1 after bicyclists, number 2 after bus stops, right? Just say maybe they're not prioritized. And so my biggest comment, it's something that we really asked to get put in here, was our evacuation routes.
Mm-hmm.
And things like some of the countermeasures may require additional consideration by local emergency responders. That's on page 60, the last sentence of paragraph 2. It's actually required by law that we do that they go through that. And it seems like there's so many places where we should have been calling this out and we didn't. And was there a reason for that? And can we get those zipped up tighter, like in our safety element? I mean, even the LRSP, the traffic calming guidebook, has a policy that says you've got to go ensure the traffic calming measures do not create traffic issues on other streets or disrupt emergency vehicle or evacuation access. We don't even have a policy in LSRP for that. Even our traffic calming guidebook does. And it's like California State Fire Code says it contains an express prohibition of traffic calming devices. It says traffic calming devices shall be prohibited unless approved by the fire code marshal. And so it just seems like there's this gap in here, and especially in the toolkit, is we should have, some of these should be like highlighted. It's like, if you're going to use this one and it's on our evacuation route, you've got to clear it with the fire marshal. None of that, it doesn't circle that in nearly, I think, as strongly. Like if somebody was going to read this, they would think it was all optional, and it really isn't, by state code. So I think we really ought to And I've got a whole bunch of suggestions that maybe if I could just email them to you guys or something and kind of go through those again and kind of button up that topic in the LSRP. It's local road safety. And like all of a sudden, oh, but on evacuation roads, we can do all this bad stuff. And it's like, that's not safe. So it just seemed like a gap. And the other big part was the Topper Lane. We got a comment about how it's in there. And maybe you guys can address this. It was called out Topper Lane that has no sidewalks. And also there was the children are forced to walk in the street around the curve because there's no sidewalk. But then there's no mention that the path is right next to it. Like basically no kids walk the curb because the path is right there. And so did you want to address those concerns?
In that, I did see the public comment that came in, and I will address that in the location profile in the appendix. Basically, that's what you're referring to?
Yes.
Is that, yeah. And so I think what we're going to do is remove mention of anything outside of School Street and mention just a lack of pedestrian and bicycle facilities in general communities to the south from the south to the school or to School Street.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
That sounds like a wonderful thing. All right, those are my comments.
Okay, well, let me ask, do you see us adopting this evening or do you?
No,
have
I can't.
A number of comments.
I'm sorry.
Your preference. Okay,
Yeah.
understood. Councilmember Geringer.
So to Councilmember Kendall's, I did have the question because at the meeting we had talked about doing an asterisk or a footnote that talked about that. And also, and I believe that the language is in the safety element because what we talked about was as all the plans tie to the LRSP and the safety element and the traffic calming and all of those pieces, that at that meeting, my understanding was we would have the asterisks in the toolbox to make sure that whenever this was looked at, that it was raised, that you talk to the fire marshal. And so that piece of it, and I know right now we're still supposed to just be asking questions. So that was one of my questions was, did we just miss that? And I think if that were the case, I was prepared tonight to say if we add that as an asterisk or a footnote, that I would be prepared to vote for this. I think the language around how the LRSP ties to the safety plan and particularly since we're looking at the safety plan tonight and all the pieces around the evacuation assessment and all of that it does interact with those. So I'll save other comments until after, but I look forward to the other questions and discussion. So.
Okay, Councilmember Kwok, do you have any questions?
The questions I had have been asked and answered. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll open it for public comment.
If anyone has public comment, please raise your virtual hand. I do right now have a Jay Ellis. So Jay Ellis, you may speak now.
Hi, it's Jeannie. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you. First of all, I actually really wanted to thank Mayor Anduri and Councilmember Kendall for your comments around the lack of data. I think just in general, and whether that is enough to evaluate and draw conclusions around some of this stuff. And then in particular, Councilmember Kendall, I very much appreciate you taking into consideration the letter that I know you received regarding those comments in the appendix. I actually did want to address Patrick's response to that. I am appreciative of Patrick acknowledging that they will remove those 2 bullet points related to Topper Lane in the appendix, given that Topper Lane is not in scope of the priority locations. However, I actually did want to make a comment that even Patrick's, the way that he wanted to respond to that, which was to essentially indicate that there was, I think and apologize, Patrick, but I think he said something along the lines of there is a lack of pedestrian and bicycle facilities to the communities to the south of School Street. I wanted to clarify that School Street actually connects directly to the trail, which actually is a pedestrian and bike facility that would connect to all the communities south of School Street. So I would ask that you rethink. I appreciate you removing those comments, but I would actually ask that you rethink what you are going to put related to that, because I don't even think that that adjustment is enough to is enough. Quite honestly, I don't think it's accurate and reflective of actually the true environment of School Street. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, is there any other public comment?
Yes, Robert Lavoy. Okay, you may speak, Mr. Lavoy.
Hello. I just wanted to ask if I saw some studies looking at Vision Zero results versus the reality in LA County. I don't remember the exact city, but from 2012 to 2021, I believe, or 12 to 18, and then 2015 to 2021 were the charts that I saw. And some of the concerns they had were related to obstructions of the road and the safety that Susan mentioned. So I just wondered if that kind of a study had been done of some of the other cities that have adopted Vision Zero and some of these ideas to compare the results versus the goals. Thank you.
Can I just ask you to clarify? Are you talking about obstructions in an evacuation context?
Yeah, the calming features and the narrowing of the roads and the turning radiuses, all those things I think are part of the issue. They had a ordinance that they were, I don't know if they passed it or were trying to pass it, that would protect some of these roads from some of the interventions by the Vision Zero strategies.
No, but I'm trying to clarify. Are you talking about an evacuation context or another context? I think Councilmember Candell was talking about it in a context of evacuation.
Oh, well, I think that's one of the issues, but
so you're talking about it in a broader context?
The results, I think, were broader than just narrowing it to concerns about evacuation. I don't think the deaths were increased or the accidents were increased as a result of just evacuation. So it's general road safety. I hope that clarifies that.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions for the speaker? Okay, is there any other public comment?
Yes, let's see, we have Cheryl. Go ahead, Cheryl.
I just wanted to start off by saying that serious accidents and deaths are both really horrible events that happen in our town, and I'm glad the number is on the low side. So I just wanted to preface with that. But I think that I know the study doesn't include this information, but I think it's important that the council and the public maybe understand the difference between the numbers that are deaths versus serious accidents, and also maybe understand the time of day and the situation that might have taken place for the accident as a whole. And maybe the chief of police could update you on that information. I don't think it'd be hard since that's what they do. So I just think that information is really important. Thank you. Thank you.
Questions for the speaker? Okay, any other public comment?
If there's any additional public comment, please raise your virtual hand. I see no more raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. We had 2 requests for a comment. Would you like to comment on Mr. Lavoy's question about the road calming measures and the impact that those were found to have on safety in Los Angeles, evidently.
I don't know that I could address that specifically.
Yeah, I haven't seen the Los Angeles study, but I will look into it.
Okay, and Mr. Lavoie is listening. Perhaps you can send the information on that to Patrick so he can get back to you. And then Cheryl's comment, I took it that you had the complete accident reports. Is that incorrect? So you had the information on time of day and.
That's correct.
Okay, so you had all that to
Yes.
take into.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll bring it back to the council. Councilmember Geringer.
So I had a question about other public comment, if we wanted to speak to, or staff wanted to speak to the questions about why the West End did not have, appear to have, or the perception is that the LRSP doesn't cover that as much. We received a couple of letters.
Excuse me, doesn't cover the West End?
No,
The-
the
kind of
west
the sec-
side of town, particularly the area from the reservoir to the downtown core. Would urge you to please consider adding safety measures along Mount Diablo. Hannah Glass and Jennifer McCarthy, and it looks like the same letter, but
Okay,
it's at the,
yeah, no, I
Yeah.
understand now.
That segment is not on the high injury network largely because there were no KSI collisions, which is a good problem,
Mhm.
a good thing. But the LRSP does not preclude us from implementing pedestrian safety and bicycle measures in the future, particularly with the new developments that are happening. It's my intent to update the bicycle and pedestrian master plans in the
Right.
upcoming years. And so those measures could be installed in the future, right?
So I guess a process question that would be helpful to members of the public, that there is a procedure, and they were mentioned earlier with the, and I'm going to do what Chief Aldrich did, but the TARs and the action request, is that where we have these recommendations, but encouraging the public to submit requests via our system if there are things that they think are missing that would contribute to safety, protected bike lanes, sidewalks, all of those things. They can use that process.
That's right. And I added the TARs in the background section
Right.
of the report, which is something new that from the last
Thank
version,
you.
right?
That was it for right now.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you guys. I really enjoyed working on this. I want to say that this is a terrific document that we are creating for our city. And it feeds in so well with our safety element, with the traffic calming guidebook, everything that we're doing. And so I just like one more tweak. And I think we're going to hopefully get it nailed. And if I can suggest that if I could send him all the places that I think we should be including evacuation routes as a note, and I can work with him on that for the next edit. How do you want me to do that?
Well, let me ask Patrick what he
Okay.
suggests.
Of course, yes.
Okay.
I do want to comment back that I did take your notes from the last Transcirc meeting, and you may have noticed that there were several mentions of the need to work with emergency services.
Right.
The LRSP is not meant to be a prescriptive you must do, but more of a framework or what's the word I'm trying to think?
It's a toolbar.
Blueprint, right? And
exactly.
so the notes that I added weren't prescriptive,
Okay.
but you would like them to be a little more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have,
When it's required by law, I have a hard time.
I have to admit that as I was reading through this, I would come across something, I think that was Susan's.
Yeah.
Oh.
Probably. Yeah.
Okay, but you think it needs to be,
It's close.
and what is your view? Does that work in terms of the process?
We can accommodate Councilmember Candel's comments.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we had this whole discussion, and I went back and looked at my notes, and other than I thought that at that meeting through Transcirc that we had reached agreement that the fact that it tied through all of the different plans and it wasn't an intent to have a full evacuation plan and impact in this document, that it was there. So the safety, I felt that the safety elements were there. I'm fine with having it come back. I think that adding a footnote where we had discussed, and I thought we had agreement through the members who were there of the LRSP and the Transportation and Circulation Commission, that staff picked those up except the footnote. And that a footnote that said asterisk next to things like the road diet or lane narrowing or these kinds of things, that, and if we wanted to put the fire code, the code and the state code there under the footnote, I'm still sort of prepared to come back with that, because as we talked about it at the meeting, absolutely want to make sure that whatever we're doing on traffic calming and creating safety, back again to anything we're doing, the tower at the reservoir, the LRSP, we're going to be talking about our safety element, that it's about safety, but not having every document reiterate. So I think that I would be willing to vote tonight with that footnote, but again, happy to have us come back, but we chose not to rewrite those elements at that LRSP meeting.
Okay, what would that footnote say again?
Let me go back to my.
The safety countermeasure.
Countermeasure toolbox, and it was to highlight with an asterisk any of those areas to make sure that we did the outreach to emergency services providers and any other agencies that might be impacted. And as council member tonight, we didn't talk about the actual code that says you have to look at these. If we had that code, I saying on the asterisk per
right.
code section, comma, whatever. Anytime these types of evacuation route limiting measures are being considered, we need to make sure that we have the relevant agencies looking at that. And we didn't say it so legally, we just said, let's add language that does that. But again, if Councilmember Kendall has pulled the actual code, then I think adding that to the footnote, and because it's in the countermeasure toolbox, and as we said, their guidelines that reference that. I did go back to make sure that the language around how it tied to all the plans was there, and I think it does that. But happy to hear what my colleagues also.
And 100% totally do that. The problem was that a couple of these things were in policies too, and they weren't. It wasn't nearly as clear that there were these going to be asterisks around these things. So you've got a policy written that isn't clear that maybe there are things that are limiting it, and that's why I was just saying just a dumb comment there too, right? Kind of that you have to use these policies only when, like on page 64, they talk about curb extensions, and so how do we talk to it in that policy? So that's where I was trying to just close the gap on all those. Just so wherever they called them out, you knew exactly when you have to think about them a little differently for clarity.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Kendall that wherever we can add more clarity and, to our future councils and reference points, it would be important, also for posterity, in terms of looking back in the research, and what we've already noted is important to make sure going forward is included. So I don't know if that means we need to take that time to insert it now and before adoption, or if we need to bring it back. So I'm not sure what the element of work involved in that, put it that way.
Yeah, is there are we pressed on time? What is the situation?
We don't have a specific deadline. No.
Okay. Councilmember Kwok, do you have a view on this?
I'm fine to see revisions made by staff as long as when it comes back, if you could do a red line of the revisions so that we could see what happened, that would make it a little faster for us to review next time.
Okay, so is there anything in here other than this particular area that people would like to comment on, or any other changes people would like to see? No. Okay. So, well, with that, I think then we'll continue this till August 28th. Does that work for you? Bring it back and you'll be providing comments, and then we'll look at those suggestions. Okay, well, I think yeah, I guess we could do that, and then we could
So,
pull it if we have.
And I'm happy to actually, if we wanted to have it done, have us have a meeting so that we're actually incorporating what also the LRSP said and committee and task force. And anyway, just making sure that there's some, and that way it could potentially come back on the consent calendar. And I appreciate Councilmember Kwok's ask for the red so that we're not all searching, because I did go through and search based on our conversation at our last meeting. So.
Okay, so I'll ask the city attorney, do we need to take any particular action, or just?
You can just provide direction. I don't think this was a public hearing from the agenda description, so it was just noticed under the Brown Act. Is that correct, Patrick? It wasn't listed as a public hearing, so I just wanted to confirm you didn't notice it any particular way. Then I think you can just provide direction and it'll come back.
Okay, and so I would just like to make an observation that this plan impacts what I see is the most important circulation related plan we need to come up with, and that's the plan that deals with the Mount Diablo Boulevard corridor in the context of the Mount Diablo Boulevard corridor specific plan. And so you mentioned doing the master bike plan, master trail plan. I think all of those need to wait, and I'm open to being persuaded otherwise, until we look at the downtown specific plan, because that's where the development's going to occur. That's where we will most likely need to make the most major changes. That is going to impact every one of our master plans. So I think that needs to be our next priority in terms of circulation of all types. And then finally, thank you very much. Very clear presentation. Appreciate it. Okay, so now we need a motion to allow Councilmember Kwok to go beyond midnight. No, I'm just just kidding.
Happy to do this.
Okay. Oops, I lose my, oh, there it is. All right, item 11A, Ms. Cassidy.
Good evening, council members. Tonight's hearing will serve as the introduction of the draft safety element to the city council. The safety element update is triggered by state law, which now requires any safety element to be updated when the housing element is updated, which, as you know, is taking place. This update began in the fall of 2022 with the GPAC, which forwarded the safety element to the Planning Commission with a recommendation of approval. The Planning Commission has since reviewed it twice, and a final meeting is scheduled for them on August 7th, where we anticipate that the Planning Commission will make a recommendation of approval to the City Council. The staff report before you also includes an addendum to the housing element EIR, which conducts a thorough CEQA analysis of the potential impacts of the safety element and finds that the proposed safety element is consistent with the housing element and its potential environmental impacts are within the scope of those addressed by the EIR. At this time, we'd like to focus the council's attention on 3 questions that are contained in the staff report. I won't read them now, but you'll see them on a slide at the end of Eli's presentation. With that, I will turn it over to Eli Crispy from PlaceWorks for your presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Eli Crispy with PlaceWorks. I will go over some of the details of the safety element for you tonight. So as you heard, the safety element is a mandatory component of the general plan and must be updated at least every 8 years, concurrent with the housing element. The city's current safety element dates to 2002 with revisions made in 2009. So some revisions are certainly timely at this time. The intent of the safety element is to protect against natural disasters and related public safety concerns. This includes wildfires, floods, seismic events, emergency preparedness and response, which would include evacuation, as well as the threat posed by climate change and the effects of climate change on the frequency and intensity of various natural disasters. There have been several changes to state law since the safety element was adopted that are all being addressed through this update. The state now requires that safety elements include more details and policies related to floods and wildfires, and in particular, policies intended to disclose areas that are at risk of those hazards and to ensure that new development located in those areas is resistant to those types of disasters. There is a requirement now to specifically identify vulnerabilities related to climate change and to have policies that increase resilience to climate change related hazards. There are also requirements to include evacuation routes and to identify areas of the community that may be constrained or may face other challenges or limitations during an evacuation. In addition to the requirements from the state, we have also updated all of the mapping and the technical background information in the safety element. We have made some revisions to the policies and programs. They have been significantly expanded from the current element, and this expansion better reflects current conditions, topics of concern to the community, and regional and local applicable state best practices. We have also better integrated the Contra Costa Local Hazard Mitigation Plan, which was last updated in 2018, as well as a number of other recent planning efforts to ensure that the safety element sort of sits at a nexus of all these planning documents and that it ties into a broader and comprehensive approach to improving safety and resilience community-wide and indeed county-wide. I touched on the vulnerability assessment that is required by state law. This is an analysis that the city is required to take that identifies the people and what we refer to as the assets, buildings, infrastructure, economic systems, and so on, who may be most at risk due to climate change. The idea is that this vulnerability assessment acts as a foundation to, by identifying the most vulnerable persons, the most vulnerable assets, it can then act as a foundation for developing policies that are meant to reduce these vulnerabilities and improve resiliency. The vulnerability assessment considers the severity of impacts of climate change. It also considers what is called the adaptive capacity, that is to say the ability of people or assets to resist or to recover from the effects of climate change. So climate vulnerability is a consequence both of the severity of the impact as well as an individual or a person's or a system's ability to sort of bounce back from any effects. This is sort of a summary of those findings. There is a much more extensive write-up in the safety element. Perhaps as you might expect, a wildfire was the hazard of greatest concern, particularly for a number of persons, households in poverty and other low resource persons, persons who are unhoused or persons who work outdoors who may face greater exposure to wildfire, including smoke, and then persons with chronic illnesses or disabilities, senior citizens living alone, who may face challenges in preparing for a wildfire event or who may face constraints if there were to be an evacuation. Single-family residences are the most vulnerable building type in the community, given that they are flung further out from the downtown core and that they are in often lower density areas. Again, flooding, landslides, and wildfire are the particular concerns to those buildings. There was significant risk to the electrical transmission lines, especially from wildfire, and to potential loss of energy delivery if any of those transmission lines go down, not only from wildfire, but also from severe storms and extreme heat. Even though that may not physically damage the lines, it can put strain on the grid and cause the power to go out. There were also risks to outdoor recreation, again, during wildfire and also during very high temperatures. And then we identified the riparian areas in the creek as being the habitat and the ecosystem in the community that is most vulnerable. So as I mentioned, the vulnerability assessment results act as a foundation for future policy, and you will see the findings from the vulnerability assessment have been used to support policies throughout the safety element on these topics and more. So there are 6 goal topics in the safety element covering these 6 areas. And these policies came about through an extensive process of identifying policies in the existing safety element that could be preserved and carried over, the findings from the vulnerability assessment, comments and feedback from the community, feedback and input from the GPAC and from the Planning Commission, best practices and recommendations from state and regional agencies, and a number of other plans and studies that help to guide and shape this process. So as I mentioned, some existing policies have been retained, but there are several new and revised policies. And I do apologize that the document that you were given in your packet had a bit of a numbering issue with some of the policies. So we are able to correct that in future versions. But just so you know that the number of or the types of policies that have been added or have been significantly revised include language on emergency preparedness, especially around emergency education, alert systems, evacuations. Based on a recent Planning Commission request, we are now adding language around cybersecurity. That will be in the next draft of the safety element. There is a policy around improving the infrastructure networks in Lafayette to be more resilient from flooding. You touched a little on that earlier. There have been extensive changes to the wildfire section. The state now has fairly strict and comprehensive recommendations for safety elements. So we've been responsive to all of the state's direction on this. And there is an entirely new section on climate-related hazards, recognizing that things like floods and wildfire are certainly have a climate component, but also trying to add additional hazards that are affected by climate change that weren't previously covered, such as drought, extreme temperature, and severe weather events. There have been 2 community workshops that were held for the safety element. There was a virtual workshop on January 24th of this year, where we presented the results of the vulnerability assessment and asked community members about the issues of concern to them, what kind of kept them up at night as far as safety is concerned in the community, and what policies they would like to see in the updated elements. So that was a more of a higher level kind of visioning type of workshop. And then there was an in-person open house on March 28th, where we presented an overview of the safety element and more detailed results of the vulnerability assessment. We shared draft policies at that time and presented updated mapping. So we were able to get feedback on some of the more specific language and layout of the safety element. There have been 7 meetings with the GPAC. At that time, the GPAC members have reviewed pretty much everything that is in the document, starting from the technical background and the methods, all the way through the mapping, the vulnerability assessment, and then lastly, the goals, policies, programs in the element itself. Their comments and feedback have all been included in the document, and at the last meeting, they have recommended approval pending some of the changes to the cybersecurity language that we are in the process of adding. There have been, the cybersecurity language was Planning Commission, which has held 2 hearings by now, on May 15th and then July 17th. They directed us to add background language and policies on cybersecurity, as well as better language about the role of emergency responders in the safety element. The emergency responder language is already in the draft that was in your packet tonight. And the last meeting was continued to August 7th so that the commission can review the cybersecurity language before forwarding that to council with the recommendation for adoption. State law does require that, because Lafayette has areas that are considered very high fire hazard severity zones, that CAL FIRE and the Board of Forestry have the opportunity to review the element and to provide recommendations. CAL FIRE and the Board of Forestry do not certify the safety element the way Housing and Community Development certifies the housing element, but we are required to submit to them and then to accept or consider the recommendations that they put forward. They provided some fairly minor edits, mostly to clarify some of the regulations around the state's policies regarding wildfire. They requested that we add policy language to ensure that any new critical facilities are ideally located outside of wildfire-prone areas, and if they must be in those zones, that they be sufficiently protected against wildfire. And they requested that we add a program to promote fire response drills in the community. The Board of Forestry conducted a formal review of the safety element in June, and there were no further actions that the city was required to take following that meeting. There have also been reviews from the California Geologic Survey. Again, that is a state requirement. They had some minor updates to how we cite the landslide and the liquefaction data that is present in the safety element, but had no comments on the background language or the policies. Confire has also reviewed the element. They had some revisions to the policies related to defensible space, making sure that what's in the city safety element is consistent with their own policies. And they pointed us to some correct language regarding how we define defensible space in the safety element. So this is an initial hearing to receive public comments and to provide any feedback to staff. The safety element will return to City Council for formal adoption, including the cybersecurity language, as well as any other comments and revisions that you may make tonight. Unlike with some other documents, the safety element does not need to be adopted by a specific date. So this is not particularly a top-down time-different process. It's just one that we are hoping to move along and begin implementing this as soon as we can. So staff asks as the council considering these following questions for your feedback tonight. Do the safety element and the accompanying technical background report accurately characterize the hazard conditions in Lafayette? Is there anything that the safety element misses or does not address? Is there anywhere where we should go further, or is there anything that should be walked back or made more limited? And do the goals, policies, and programs support everything that the city should be doing to improve community resilience and to address hazards? The recommendation to receive a presentation summarizing the draft safety element, to ask questions of staff, to hold a public hearing, to receive public input, provide feedback to staff, and then to continue the item to the August 28th meeting. With that, we'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Well, we've done the first one. Thank you. So on to the second questions. We'll do council member questions. We'll do exactly as you said, and we'll go to the public. So questions. Well, let me just ask mine. On cybersecurity, two questions. You anticipate that the Planning Commission will approve language on the 7th, and then this will come back to us on the 28th. Is that's okay? But if it slips, but that's the target.
That's the intent, yes.
And can you describe just briefly what is cybersecurity? There's a lot of different ramifications. What particular, what aspect of cybersecurity did the Planning Commission want to include?
So you're correct. It's a very broad topic. There are two areas that the Planning Commission sort of focused in on. One would be potential disruption of the city's communication systems or other key computer or telecommunication networks. The idea being that if these were to be attacked or brought down in some way, particularly during, before, or after an emergency event, that could have very serious ramifications for how the city was able to respond and to recover from such an event. The other topic of concern was if any of the city's infrastructure were to be attacked or brought down by cybersecurity, or any of the infrastructure systems in the community, be that traffic control, sewer systems, PG&E's power grid, anything like that, that could result in a loss of service, or again, could exacerbate any consequences if it happened during an emergency event. So those were the two main areas that the Planning Commission wanted to see language to be addressed on.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I just want to I have more comments, but in terms of asking the questions for review, I guess that's when we'll do our discussion. Okay, just want to clarify that. All right. I just don't have questions right now. Save that.
And you touched on, I listened to the part of the Planning Commission meetings, and so the cybersecurity you touched on those, Mayor. And so,
Okay, Councilmember Kwok.
Yes, I had, first of all, this is a massive amount of work, and it references and incorporates by reference county, Confire, many other agencies. And I tried to read through those, and to try to absorb all this is quite a daunting task. So bravo on all the incredible effort that went into the all three documents here. It's a lot. So we're trying to ask some questions here, though, that I tried to step back and see what might be relevant. One was I was wondering that a lot of the recommendations were around new development and what could be done for mitigation around new. But of course, our community is pretty much all built out, right? And so a lot of the buildings at risk are already existing buildings, existing structures. And so in my reading of the document, while I read many things about new development needed to do this, that, and the other, did you feel, or is there incorporated something about addressing the existing built environment to make sure that that portion is safe and not just new development?
There is policy around improving the resilience of the existing environments, especially on the wildfire topic. There's a number of policies around continuing to maintain defensible space, to conduct regular inspections, to make sure that water supply systems are working, and so on. Part of why there is a bit more on the new development side, first of all, because it is something that the city is able to influence more directly. Once a building is constructed, there's a lot less the city can do to require improvements. And then another part of that is there are also requirements from the state that say the safety element must contain policies that address X, Y, and Z in new development. So while certainly some of that is making sure that we are being responsive and resilient and doing everything we can to make sure that new development is as safe as possible, some of those policies are a bit more of a check the box exercise to make sure we're doing what the state directs us to do.
Got it. But I think taking your example of defensible space, if we were to say to existing homeowners and businesses to address and make sure that they have the appropriate defensible space, are there policies and strategies in this document that guide our city towards implementing programs that do that?
Yes, there are, conducted in partnership with Confire.
Okay, thank you. And I guess one other, on a different theme, on page 52, there was goal S1, which said prepare for and respond to natural and human-caused disasters, avoiding loss of life and minimizing the impacts on health, property, and community welfare. And I wanted to know whether one thing that our city is doing that I think we're doing leadership in is investing in the technologies and partnerships for early detection of wildfires, so such as camera systems, software, hardware. I think there's that whole alert wildfire network and sensors. And so I just saw in your presentation you mentioned something about alerts, but in reading the documents, I did not really see an emphasis that cities could and should use technologies and partnership with other agencies around technology to prepare for human-caused disasters or wildfire, or not even natural disasters. Did I miss that, or is that something that we could beef up in the document?
Councilmember Kwok, which section did you just refer to on page 52?
Goal S-1. Prepare for and respond to natural and human-caused disasters, after which there were a number of measures listed that help cities prepare.
Is that 52 in the PDF or?
In the PDF, yep, sorry. But in general, I just, our city, I think, has been doing a good job on focusing on technology. I just didn't really see it called out as a policy matter that we should continue that good work and invest in those technologies and partnerships.
And I just want to ask that question in a different way, because one of the things that occurred to me as I was reading through here, we've had at the council presentations from Don Walklett, which have emphasized ignition detection and rapid suppression. And I didn't see that in here. one of the things, my question is going to be, was that considered? Was it actively considered and decided not to put in here? Or was it not considered? And there's two basic ideas here. One is to move to a satellite-based system for ignition detection, which is somewhere off, but the proposal is to stay involved and try to become part of a initial program for developing that. Was that considered at all?
I think those specific items you're referring to were not directly considered. I mean, this is part of the general plan. So we were trying to avoid getting very, very precise with particular technologies or particular programs. I think those types of efforts could certainly fit into the higher level framework that the safety element is providing, where it does talk about ensure that the city is partnering with Confire, ensure that alerts are being made in a timely fashion, ensure that the city is kind of doing everything it can to stay on top of these issues, particularly during, high wildfire weather or so on. But we're not getting into those specific recommendations because that was felt not necessary for a general plan document.
Okay, Councilmember Kwok, did you have your question answered?
Yeah, thank you for rephrasing it or phrasing it that way. That's fine. So I have no further questions at this time.
Okay. Councilmember Kendall.
Yeah. Thank you. I sent a bunch of questions and thank you so I won't go through all of them. I got some great answers back, so I don't have to talk about those. So the earthquake one, there was that lettuce report that was ages ago, and it showed the 3-finger earthquake lines, and we didn't include that here. And it sounds like it's not in the GIS maps or it's not in those maps. And so it just seems like that is it's kind of core to how we think about Lafayette is with all of our gas pipelines and the shear zones. Is there another way we can include those in here, even though they're maybe not on those maps?
Well, as we understand it, the faults that are sort of on the edges of the shear zones, the number 1 and the number 4, are identified in the mapping. They just go by different names. The faults have been renamed, as we understand it, since the lettuce report came out.
Oh, maybe that's
So
okay.
I think the Southampton fault and the Franklin fault are what are referred to in the lettuce report as, I believe, the West Lafayette fault and the Calaveras fault. So the sort of rough borders of the shear zone are defined, but not all of the faults that are in the shear zone are identified, and they are not mapped in either the state or the national GIS data of faults. Of fault lines. If the council would like, we can try and identify on the map sort of a rough patch where they're located, or we can include language in the accompanying text that says there are these additional faults that are known, even though their boundaries may not be precisely defined.
Yeah.
The risk is there. We do have a few different options, even if we can't precisely map it.
Great. All right. Thank you. I'm glad that there's options. And so my big question on this one was that how do we update this when we get the new fire maps, right? The new high fire maps. And to me, it's not a big deal if they're not changed that much, but if they're drastically changed, kind of like what the chief was alluding to, I know we will obviously put those on our web, we'll publicize those, but do you think there's anything in here that we would need to change in anticipation of a greatly expanded, very high fire map?
There would be nothing you would need to change immediately upon adoption. Certainly when the safety element comes up for an update in another 8 years, we would absolutely recommend that the mapping be updated to reflect any changes to the wildfire zones. All of the policies in the safety element that refer to very high fire hazard zones, the sort of regulatory impact of those policies will change depending on when the new fire mapping is adopted. So once the new mapping is adopted, then those policies will automatically apply to whatever the revised zone is.
So you don't think we need to have any sort of process in place to?
It would be up to the council's discretion. It's not necessary. And there is language in the safety element that says these current maps date to 2007 because that's the best available at the moment. Always refer to the new mapping from the state when considering whether something is in a wildfire zone or not. So again, it's not required. There wouldn't be a regulatory component, but it would be at the council's discretion if you wanted that public disclosure.
Okay, cool. Just two more. The earthquake damage. There, I know in Turkey there was, there's the whole, what do they call it? There's a name for the construction type.
Is it soft story you're thinking of?
Maybe it's a soft story. It's the ones that are like basically the garages underneath and the buildings on top.
Mhm.
And I don't know if I don't think it's soft story, but I know you talk about apartments. Is there a way that that we should include that more a specific policy for us, like to identify those in Lafayette?
Just to
Yeah.
follow up to that, yeah, we received a letter
Right.
that identified, I think when you were mayor, we got that,
Right.
that identified a fairly large number of dwelling units that had, I think it is the soft story, that could, collapse. I was looking for that when I went through here to see if we
just have a little mention in this one policy, and I'm wondering if we should
Was
make that a little more.
Was that considered by GPAC or the Planning Commission to have a program to look at that, or?
Well, there is a program or a policy that looks at intended to do a survey of structures that may be vulnerable to earthquakes. One of those would be a soft story. So even though soft story specifically is not identified, those buildings would be covered by that policy.
Okay.
Because we didn't want to say that only soft stories could be vulnerable to earthquakes, or maybe other building types potentially worth exploring.
Okay, okay, that's the program, right? That's 3.5.3. You think that's okay? Okay, all right. And then one last one. Under the fire safety, did you guys think about we have a bunch of neighborhoods that are like single ingress and egress, and some of them don't have gates. And you guys called out all these neighborhoods have to have access to the gates and stuff like that. But there's a couple of them, I'm thinking Quant Road, as that big concrete barrier. It doesn't have a gate, but basically it created this single ingress and egress. Do you think there's a policy in here where we can go address, getting better access into single ingress and egress? I didn't see one.
It's not explicitly called out because adding ingress and egress to an existing neighborhood, particularly in the terrain around Lafayette, can often be challenging, and there are a number of other factors that often come into play. There are policies in there around improving ingress and egress through various changes to roadway configurations and a number of other strategies. So I don't think that would preclude getting at the type of solution you're talking about. It's just not called out explicitly, because it was felt that adding entirely new roadways, for example, might not be entirely feasible in all cases.
But you think it's covered where we could do these, in certain situations where it might not be a big deal at all, right?
I think the language in here would cover that, but
Okay.
if you want it done more explicitly, we can always add that.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, Vice Mayor Dawson.
I might as well pose these as questions. We have listed the CPUC map in there of tier 2, tier 3, but we have no policy around that. And I'm wondering if we wouldn't pose that in terms of similar to how we did with the dams and the, I guess, safety division of dams, in terms of knowing inspection times for electrical overhead, that kind of thing that's regulated by the PUC. Because that's all new law, especially after all the fires. And we obviously have a tier 2 and tier 3 in Lafayette. And it would be kind of modeled, I would think, after what you have done with under East Bay Mud, like coordinate with them, know the inspection schedules, and as necessary, it sounds like, go to the next level up. I think that would be a good idea to consider, because I don't see any kind of coordination with PG&E as a stakeholder partner in any of these policies, whether it be hazardous materials or electrical, fire prevention, or even keeping reliability up. So what was your considerations on that?
I believe we have added a policy around coordination with utility companies, which would include PG&E. If you wanted PG&E called out explicitly, we can always make that edit.
I think it's necessary because one, electrical, obviously, it's been deemed that their infrastructure poses more risk into Lafayette. So it's, and wildfire. I mean, there's obviously a map that the CPUC had to put into place, say, hey, we need to have extra regulations around these. So I think it would behoove us to make sure that we are keeping track of them, just checking those boxes that inspections have been done. And because I think the intervals have been moved up from like a year or two in tier 3 to I think 3 years in tier 2. It would be important just to make sure that that's being done. It's a matter of meeting with them, maybe a biannual meeting, just to have those checks. And same with hazardous materials. We don't necessarily have their infrastructure noted as, we have it in transport, like hazardous materials, whatever, transporting through it, but also the pipelines transport hazardous materials. And there's regulation around that. I would say the same thing similarly, that they're doing inspections when they need to be doing them and testing, very similar to how we did with East Bay Mud and the dam safety. I think that would be easy enough just to coordinate that as a policy. I'm just curious about that, how that was considered. I know we kind of discussed this at various points before, but I think it's such a major infrastructure piece, both as a utility that we kind of include them in a policy as stakeholders.
Yeah, we can absolutely amend that policy so it explicitly mentions PG&E's infrastructure.
Thank you. And one other question, in the 2002 safety element, it's interesting, right? Times change and I guess our priorities change. It had the electromagnetic frequency. We were very concerned about that at the time. How do you weigh that in terms of eliminating that from, this newer version of the safety element?
Part of it is we follow state recommendations and the state best practices. Those do not currently consider electromagnetic radiation or electromagnetic waves as the topic of concern to be addressed in the safety element. The GPAC members did not raise it as a topic of concern that they would like to see continued and extended. There wasn't substantive data to really go on or anything really to support addressing this matter. And so kind of in light of all those considerations, it was felt that that did not need to be included in this update.
And if I may jump in, since the adoption of the 2002 safety element, the city did adopt the wireless communications facility ordinance, which was the predominant concern that section was intended to address. So additionally to Eli's points, that was another reason this section was left out.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions on policy S18. Emergency power supplies. It says install emergency power supplies at city-owned and operated critical facilities and encourage the installation of emergency power supplies for residential properties in partnership with regional partners. Is that emergency power supplies at each residential unit, or is it generally having backup power for residential units generally?
It's encouraging residential units to have backup power supplies. So the city's not mandating it, but for persons who are able to, who can afford it, who would benefit from it, you're certainly more resilient having an emergency power supply like a backup battery system than going without.
Okay, thank you. Oh, we covered that. Okay, I'll cover these in the discussion. I had one more. Program S3113 says, this is on page 53, maintain the tree protection ordinance to address fire risks created by dead, dying, or non-native trees. So what does that mean? Maintain the tree protection ordinance.
It means continue the city's existing tree protection ordinance with appropriate modifications to ensure that those topics are continued to be addressed. And it was felt that the city did not need to create an entirely new ordinance for it, but that the existing tree protection ordinance may already cover these issues, and then to the extent that it does not, maintain and make improvements to it as necessary.
Okay, so you mean revise, or because maintain to me means not.
If I
not
might
change.
jump in one more time. So an example of maintenance that might be needed is the current tree protection ordinance includes bay laurels as a protected species. But since that ordinance was adopted, that tree species has been identified as a fire hazard. And with our changing climate and the way that species interacts with those changes. So that's an example of why we went with the language of maintain rather than a one-time update in case other future changes are needed.
Okay, can we think of language that doesn't sound like it's fixed and we're going to maintain it? Or...
Sure, we can review the language.
Great. All right, I don't have anything else. So okay, well, let's open it for public comment, then we'll bring back, and there'll be more questions when we bring it back to the council. Okay, so we're limited to the virtual world right now, unless Councilmember Kwok, have you been joined by any members of the public since we started?
Not yet. I'm waiting.
Okay. All right.
Yes, we have a couple of people. The first one is going to be Cheryl. So go ahead, Cheryl.
Hi, this is a really interesting report, and I thank the council for all the really great questions and for the report that's been done so far. I had a question on cyber, and this may have been done, I'm not sure, but have you asked or contacted the cities that have had cyber attacks on them, like Oakland, and I can't remember the other city, if it was Alameda, but we've had 2 Bay Area cities. And it's been in the news that they've enhanced their defenses by what they've learned. And have you reached out to them so that we can learn from them before anything happens to us? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll come back to that when we close public comment. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, other public comment?
Yes. So next we have Robert Lavoie. Go on, Mr. Lavoie.
Thank you. Everybody hear me?
Yes, welcome back.
Great. Yes, thank you. I wanted to say I appreciated I can see the impact of some of the public comments on the report from the draft. So I really appreciate all the work that's been done to update this and I think make it more relevant for Lafayette. I just wanted to make a couple general comments about the climate change and some of the concerns there. There's talk about fossil fuels and CO2 emissions contributing to warming over the past 100 years, about 1 degree centigrade, mostly in colder parts of the world. Life on Earth has thrived and was far more greener when CO2 was up to 5 times higher than it is today. So I want to remind people that CO2 is plant food. And also more people die of cold than heat. So I think concerns about extreme heat, when we're talking about maybe 1 degree or 2 degrees over 100 years, I think are not as big a concern as some of the other things. So fortunately, I think the report reflects that. Fossil fuels have made us far safer from climate disasters. We have ample cheap energy to air condition and to control things in a much greater way. Climate disaster deaths have dropped 98% over the last century. 97% of the scientists agree that there's an impact from humans on climate. But I believe that it's not catastrophic, and that's the difference. Some points about California wildfires. Negative effect of rising global temperatures on California impact the susceptibility. Let's see, the Palmer Drought Index shows that we only have a slight increase in California droughts since 1900. Historical evidence shows us that prior to man-made CO2 emissions, California experienced regular mega droughts that could last over a century. The modern era has been very lush by comparison. Two important climate variables in wildfires: ignition by humans and availability of dry vegetation or fuel loads, are under human control. That's from the USGS 2012 to 2016 California Drought Historical Perspective. And finally, the San Jose Mercury News, California drought, past dry periods have lasted more than 200 years. And then Professor Lynn Ingram from UC Berkeley, she mentions the same thing, that we had mostly the 20th century has been much wetter than in the past. So anyway, just some perspective on some of the issues in this study. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. Is there additional public comment?
I see no other hands raised.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. And we had Sean McDonald asking if we contacted cities who have had similar cyber attacks. I think this is the distinction though between attacks that relate to privacy and attacks on infrastructure. And I'm not sure exactly what those attacks in other cities were, but I thought they were more privacy related. Yeah, data privacy.
I believe that is the case. I think the language that's under consideration would, again, be higher level as befits a general plan, would kind of direct staff to look at the city's infrastructure networks or cyber infrastructure networks, consider and determine what vulnerabilities might exist and to take appropriate action. I think at that time of that analysis, staff could certainly reach out to Oakland, to Hayward, to other communities who have been affected and incorporate any lessons learned from those experiences.
Okay, thank you. All right, now what you've asked us for, point 3, is to go through and give you comments. So let me ask council members, is the easiest way to do that to go through, because I know I've written a number of things on the pages, give comments page by page, or we can flip through and if somebody has something, I'm starting then with page 1 and just stop me if, and I'll keep an eye on Councilmember Kwok on the screen. But if you have anything, page 1, page 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actual report. No, we're supposed to. Yeah.
I have a comment on page, I guess it's 4. It's the very top. I see to be PG&E centric, but it is talking about what PG&E is doing in Contra Costa. I'm not sure if we really want to. They are doing 3 miles of undergrounding, but it's nowhere near us. It's in Walnut Creek and in other cities. We're not even prioritized. So I'm not sure if we want to include this as some kind of material. They are working on undergrounding, but we don't make the priority cut apparently.
Yeah, let me just, I had written city question mark on that because it didn't seem to have anything to do with us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So far as I'm aware, they're not doing anything in Lafayette.
Yeah.
That language was added at the request of the GPAC. That's why this in there. But if desired, that can be removed.
Well,
they are working on, vegetation management. I mean, it does show that they do have programs, so I can see that. Those are their general programs. It's similar to what East Bay Park's doing and East Bay Mud, but in specific to, Lafayette, it would probably stay at intensive vegetation management. I don't think they're doing enhancement inspections in our town either. Especially since we've had the fire, we can't verify that. So I would just probably put it to how it relates to the city, which as far as we know is intense vegetation management in the city, if that's the direction that you're going with the other agencies. Suggestion.
Yeah, I had a general comment on just the other agencies too. I don't think this requires any change, but I would ask the city manager, as I was reading this, talking about East Bay Mud and East Bay Regional Park, have they done what we've asked them to do with respect to dead trees, or is that? Because we're giving them all this credit
I
here.
know, that's what
And I'm reading, and I'm reading this and thinking, wow, I wish this were true. So I guess now I'm
Well,
asking.
when we point it out to them, they have removed trees. PG&E has only when we've notified them more than once, but they have done it. But I don't know of any efforts, I'm unaware of their efforts to go and remove dead trees or vegetation.
Yeah, I don't know how to handle this, but I read this, this is what other agencies are doing.
Well,
and I'm thinking, I just wish they would do it.
We've had some concerns with East Bay Mud when the property, trees fronting their property have died or have been damaged. We've removed them, but they don't reimburse us. So there's that issue. But I can't make a sweeping statement that they don't do anything. I think they do as best as they can.
Right. I mean, and
I know.
but it's just more, this makes it sound like they're doing all this stuff. And anyway, just a comment.
Yeah.
Okay, did you,
are you going?
Vice Mayor Dawson, anything else on?
Well, I mean, it begs the question then, if we necessarily need that in our safety element, what other agencies are doing, especially if we don't know they're doing that in our town. And in the inverse, if we need them to do something to increase our safety, then that should be included in our policies and programs as to how we work with them. Identifying whatever it be, dead vegetation, or making sure they're managing, the vegetation as their policy, as their own policy prescribed. I could see it presented that way.
Yep. Well, I mean, we don't have all the information. Can we leave that to the staff to?
I think this probably was drafted after consultation with each of these agencies. Or from their website. My question was, where did we get that? And I've actually, anyway, this looks like it came from, this is what they say they're doing in their annual reports and things. And it's kind of back to the, what do they do here? Yeah. And I like Vice Mayor Dawson's idea that it's in a program and policy potentially to develop a plan of collaboration with our agency. And it may be there, in terms of.
PlaceWorks has done Orinda's and Walnut Creeks, right?
We have done Orinda's safety element. We have not done Walnut Creek safety element.
Okay, what was the other city nearby that you?
We have done Walnut Creek Sustainability Action Plan, and then we're working on the safety element for the county.
Okay, so is this language similar to Orinda's?
I mean, the language is similar because those agencies operate in Orinda as they do in Lafayette, but yeah, it's not as though we're copying and pasting the language over.
Understood. Okay, so do you have enough guidance on this point? Okay, anything else on page 4? Okay, on page 5, one of the things that the top line here, severe weather events such as strong storms and high winds. And I think what we saw this year is high winds may be a bigger issue than in the past. In the future, it just might be much more important because we saw so many trees topple onto lines, into streets. And I don't know if there's anything more that can be done in terms of program or whatever, I guess I would just ask to consider, whether, well, even the basic premise, is there going to be more safety concerns from high winds? And if there are, is there anything that we can think about doing? I'll just leave that as something to think about, because well, I think that was one of the biggest factors impacting safety in Lafayette during this winter. Okay, anything else on 5, 6, 7? In terms of mentioning all this in emergency preparedness, one thing I was looking for here, and maybe is so minor, or well, I shouldn't put it that way, but the police department has very proactively purchased and fitted out a trailer that can be moved to different locations. So if anything happens here, or if there needs to be somebody on site, this trailer is fully equipped to provide emergency operation help. I leave it to you whether that's worth mentioning here. Page 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay.
Yes, the correct map has been prepared and will be replaced.
Yeah, great. 17. I didn't see a reference to the Moraga Fault. Is that, and I only mentioned that because that came up in our discussions about the reservoir dam, because they have to use the Moraga Fault standards.
It is mapped on figure S5,
Yes,
so it is shown.
Yes.
But I think it was not included in that list because it didn't meet the particularly criteria that we have there. If you would like us to make mention of it, we certainly can.
No, I just raise it for consideration. Okay. Anything else on 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Okay, 34, 35.
Sorry, you're very fast. I do have a, wondering if we want to comment on page, what page is this? 25, where we have historical wildfire perimeters. I guess it's not necessarily wildfire, but we did have the fires in 2019. I don't know where you would want to note that Lafayette had.
There is narrative referencing the.
Is it back in the background?
It's
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. There, yeah, that's right. Okay. I highlighted the sentence above it. Never, thank you.
okay, well, I'm guessing you might have something on 35. $35.
Well, yes, I would.
Vice Mayor Dawson, do you have
Yes.
your, thank you.
Thank you. The call before you dig, and I think I would just add. Nope, I think it covers the program that we put in. And as I mentioned before, I would like to see the policies and procedures just mentioned about the inspections, because that would all factor in there.
Okay, page 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43.
I have one on 42. That was my original question. So I think I would like to suggest that we have something at the policy level where we say emergency operations plan, there's an emergency operations center, public education, these types of titles that seems to be missing, like early warning systems. As a policy, that we would invest in early warning systems as one of the measures or strategies for preparing for such items. So I wonder whether the other council members would agree.
Well, my question is, what do you mean by early warning systems? You mean we are aware of the hazard and then we warn as soon as possible of the hazard, or we determine the hazard as quickly as possible?
We invest in technologies and partnerships with other agencies that have sensors, cameras, satellite imagery, and so forth that can detect and have an early warning of, say, wildfire or specifically types of risks.
Okay, great. I support that, the detection side. Yeah.
We're already doing a good amount of that. I think that's a very important thing that we continue to do in that future, in the next 8 years before we revise this again, that future councils consider as a key strategy to defend our community against danger is early detection, early warning, however you want to say it.
Yep. Okay, page 43. 44. 45. Okay, on 45, I've got a question. There's policy 1.13, which is develop and implement an evacuation assistance program to help those with limited mobility and other at-risk populations. And then on the next page, there's S120, Lamarinda Village evacuation assistance. Coordinate with Lamarinda Village to encourage them to provide evacuation assistance for senior citizens. Is that just a more particular example of what we want to accomplish with 113? Because I would say, could we combine them?
Yes.
So the city conducted the vulnerability assessment to identify populations most at risk for specific hazards. And so one of our most vulnerable populations was seniors. And so this program was intended to very specifically address their vulnerability. And this is keeping in mind that outreach to that population is different in some ways than households that have children in schools or other.
Understood, but
Yeah.
Providing that in 120 wouldn't prohibit us from getting assistance for seniors under 113, right?
Sure. Yeah.
But I'm fine with keeping both. I'm just not sure I see that.
Yeah, we can remove the duplication. We just wanted to call out the seniors in particular.
Okay, and I just want to confirm, I'm sure it is, but the S118, the red flag parking, that's new, right?
Yes, so it would be explore creating that new type of program.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else on 46, 45 or 46? Okay, 47. I just want to say I love the Adopt a Drain program. And if we could have little plaques, no, anti-plaques, we wouldn't do that, but we could stencil. Okay, this drain maintained by, okay. Anything else on 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. Yeah.
So that's different. Could you turn your microphone on, please?
Oh, yeah, sure. It says strengthen existing structures against seismic events. But when it puts the apartment complexes in there, we don't control those, right? And so we're not going to go strengthen those. And that's why I thought that maybe we would want to call out a different program for public facilities versus private facilities. Because we're not going to go out and strengthen the apartment complexes, but we're going to go out and identify which they are and encourage them to do it or something. I don't know. That's why I thought we could use a little more boost on that one.
Okay, so you want to clarify that we're not responsible for strengthening private property. But
right. But we do want to go out and identify them and let people know, right? If their apartment complex is the stuff before 1950s that has all this bad structure that's going to fall in a big earthquake. That seems prudent. We don't have to call it out like that, but we do want to not say that we're going to go strengthen apartment complexes. Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, and the next one talks about how to make sure members of the public know how to do that. So maybe there's a way to tweak those two.
Perfect.
Okay. Anything else on 51? 52?
I have a comment on 52. The very bottom, vegetation management, I think sort of answers the question I asked before, that we require, a lot of the language require new development to have best practices, but this, I think, this clause requires new and existing development and infrastructure in areas of elevated wildfire risk to establish and maintain vegetation management practices. So I think what Eli had mentioned before about including it is just so buried in there that to me, this one sentence is so critical that we have high public participation in managing vegetation, which we have a lot of. And so I just call our attention to, I guess, as we move into the future and create policies and action items, that this one is rather important to me, that we find ways to engage the public, especially those existing homeowners to manage vegetation so that for the safety of all. Anyways, that's a comment. I suppose there's no change here.
Mayor, in this section, I'm not sure exactly where to put this, but back to our point about what those agencies who are property owners in our community, and so they own those lands. So East Bay Regional Parks, East Bay Mud, Caltrans, PG&E, how we have a program that directs us to work with them. And I see the mutual aid agreements. So it says participate in mutual aid agreements with the county and state firefighting agency, but I don't know if there's a way to talk about how we work that. And at the county level, we're sort of struggling to look at how to partner with those same agencies to collaborate on how we do things, even though the lines are sort of drawn. PG&E does this, East Bay Mud does this, and they have their own fuel management. I guess different terminologies, but anyway, just if there was a way to look at how we codify or institutionalize that. And then on the next page, I had actually noted that if we're back to the mayor's part about S3-11.3, I absolutely agree, because if we're maintaining that ordinance, then we're not paying attention to sort of where the type of tree, the canopy, all those different kinds of things are there. So anyway, I agree with the mayor about how to modify the ordinance as necessary, or anyway.
Okay, and before we leave this, I just want to support Councilmember Geringer's comment. I think that's a great idea, putting something in here about, it's almost if you had a task force with the agencies, something that, as you say, codifies the responsibility or the focus on vegetation management, the responsibility that those agencies have in Lafayette. we've clearly got to do something more than what we have now, because I get the impression they, really, well, I don't want to say anymore. I think we need to do something to get them more involved.
Actually, it's right here. Well, part of it, you guys were being very nice when you were like, well, if she would just get to the next page and go program S311.6, coordinate with Contra Costa County Fire Safe Councils. There's probably a way maybe to tweak these three, because then it says CAL FIRE, then it says, East Bay Regional Park, Caltrans, it has them all right there. And so, yeah, I think that if I'll look at it again to see if there's a way to strengthen it, but thank you.
Yep.
You're very kind.
Well, my question on 11.6 was what is intended there? Because I would like to see more shaded fuel breaks around Lafayette. But as I understand, when we raise it with Confire, they say, well, come to us with a proposal. And I guess I'd like to see Confire say, this is what would help you, rather than, our key business is not fire suppression and prevention. I would like to look to the experts to tell us. So what was meant by 11.6? Yeah.
And yeah, I like the idea of more coordination, not more meetings, but having a set discussion about how do we work together to close certain of our, parks or things within the city, so that if there's a high fire danger alert, all those things are, being coordinated. And so I think it's here, and maybe that works, and maybe it's really on us on the implementation of the programs and policies. But, and is vegetation management the right, I know that's what we use, but I was wondering if the term of art is fuel management, because really that's what we're trying to control, right? Not having fuel to do the fire.
Correct. But vegetation management is a term that CAL FIRE has used, and they're perfectly okay with that language if that works for the council.
Okay, anything else on 54?
I just have a question. Would this be a good place to plug in, coordinate with CCCF PD for prioritizing vegetation management along evacuation routes? Would it be good here or in a different section?
So
yeah, with
why
Confire.
don't we leave that with staff to find that? And 3.13, that applies to single family homes. There's no point there, it's just 3.13. Yeah, policy S 3.13 on page 54.
It applies to any new development application, including single family homes.
And 55, I've got a question on 313.3. It says for structures within or adjacent to very high fire hazard severity. What does adjacent mean?
I don't think it's defining any particular distance from the very high fire hazard zone. I think it's intended to give the building official the appropriate flexibility to make that determination about whether a structure would need to have that type of roof covering.
Oh, well. Okay, but this program is, we're requiring a greater degree of fire resistance. So what area are we requiring that in? I mean, is it adjacent mean quarter mile from a high fires? What does it mean?
It's written to avoid giving a specific distance, but I think as I understand it, it would refer to those that are in much closer proximity, not necessarily a quarter mile, but those maybe a few hundred feet or so at most. But again, it's written not to provide that specific distance and to be flexible to the needs of that situation.
Can we require that though? I mean, I just even from like you could say the very high fire hazard zone is close to BART and the other neighborhoods. Can we put require as a policy? Yeah, if state law requires it, but it says so we're going beyond that, beyond greater degree than what is specified. So I'm just curious if we can do that.
Okay. I think one of the hesitations with being too specific in the general plan is we want to defer to the building official and the building and residential codes as they need to be updated. So we can look more closely as to what that reference code section specifies and defines as adjacent and come back with more information on that.
Okay, anything else on 55? 56, 57, 58, 59.
I have one on policy S-3.20 on page 57. We've just kind of conflated electrical power, just, and natural gas lines. Just make sure that they're distinct because they're very, very two distinct infrastructure and energy systems that have risks inherent in both. So when you conflate them, it kind of minimizes that. So just be clear when we're talking about them, to separate the gas pipeline transmission and distribution system from the electrical infrastructure and substations.
And before we move on, Vice Mayor Dawson, S3.19, retrofitting city-owned roadways. Does that fulfill your earlier request about prioritizing evacuation routes?
Oh, okay. Retrofitting city-owned roadways work at.
And 3.21.
Oh, 3.19, are you specifically asking about that one though, Renata, in terms of access? Yes, because it does look like these standards include. I think so.
And 3.21 also specifically calls out evacuation routes.
Great.
With regards to it. So just want to make sure that covers your request.
Particularly along vegetation. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, anything else on 57, 58, 59? Well, I have a question on policy S 5.3. Prepare for reduced long-term water supply. Regional water. I mean, what should we do? I mean, that's sort of what East Bay Mud does. Or is that just coordinating with East Bay Mud? What's intended there?
Yeah, there's that language in the second sentence or the second line, including working with regional water providers to implement effective water conservation measures and ensure sustainable supplies. Coordinating with East Bay Mud would be the primary intent there. We didn't want to limit it specifically to that, just in case some other opportunities may arise, but that's certainly in the short term, that's likely what this policy would involve.
Okay. And then in program S 5.5.1, evaluate and revise as needed city requirements for vegetative landscaping and tree planting to provide increased shade for sidewalks, parking lots, plazas, and other open space. Again, what is intended there? And do we run into other concerns about trees being a fire hazard?
Certainly, we would hope that any policy looking at landscaping or, tree maintenance would also consider wildfire risk. And I think we have policies in wildfire section that get at that. The intent of 5.5.1 is to provide more shaded areas, particularly in places where people are walking, parking their cars, where there might be strolling or, sitting and eating, because it's well established that as extreme heat events become more frequent and more intense, being able to provide shaded areas not only cools the area surrounding it, but provides very needed relief for people in that immediate vicinity. And that has, as you know, very serious health effects. So that's really all that we're trying to get at here.
Okay, yeah, well, I'm 100% for that. I'd like to plant 10 times as many trees as we have now. It's just that, anyway, won't go down that road again today. All right, anything else on 59?
No.
Okay, 60?
Sorry, I lost track of it.
Well, let me ask, while you're, program S582, develop a landscape improvement program for residential properties that prioritize water common. How does this relate to the WELO requirements that we adopted?
It's effectively the same.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, the only, I'm actually skipping ahead. I guess it's on page 61. S-5.13. I would like to insert utility and communication providers. Communications, because if they also have regulations to make sure they have backup on our wireless. And I think I've experienced power went out and they didn't have any access to communications.
62, 63. That's it. All right. So do you have enough input?
I think we have very thorough and complete notes. So we appreciate the attentiveness to detail.
Okay, and we appreciate all the work that went into this. So
Yes.
thank you very much. When do you anticipate they'll come back? Still looking for the 28th?
Our hope is that council will continue this item to August 28th.
Okay, do we need a formal continuance on this item? A lot of heads nodding. All right.
I move that we continue this item to August 28th.
I second.
All right, moved by Councilmember Geringer, second by Councilmember Kendall. Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so it's unanimous. Continued to the 28th. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, council.
Thank you.
All right. Would we like to take a 5-minute break or keep going? Would anyone like a break? We'll defer. Councilmember Kwok, you are
No break needed.
good man. Wow. Okay, so we are on to now item 8C, which was on the consent calendar and was pulled. So Councilmember Geringer.
No, Councilmember Campbell.
Kendall, sorry.
Okay, so my thought here, SB 35, I totally understand that the approvals are ministerial. There's nothing we can do, all this stuff. And I really enjoyed the recommendations from the Planning Commission. I thought we probably should add language to say SB 35 and any extensions, because SB 423 is coming around the corner. And so if this is targeted at SB 35, we better add SB 423. And it was the reporting of it. And so if that came at the city manager's report at midnight, I don't think that's good enough for me. I think that we could do better. It can be an item that we don't even really discuss, but at the beginning of the meeting, we just have a thing for SB 35 projects that has their full reports. I just don't think people are they're gonna ask, we're gonna get inundated. We get one of these projects, it's like basically our lives are gonna get very tough. And so if we could put it at the beginning of the meetings and have the report, I would probably include any builder's remedy projects if we happen to get them, as long with this, if we're changing policy. And basically it would just be, if we don't even have to discuss them, if we don't have to open them, then that would be great, but just have it linked.
Okay, so, but we need to start with the staff report. And then you.
Oh, I'm
expressed why-
sorry.
No, that's okay. You expressed
Oh,
why
yeah.
you pulled it. That's fine. Because now
Thank
Arlie
you.
knows why you, and she can address. that.
Yes.
But I think you can take it that we have read the staff report.
Yes.
And so if there's anything that you want to say, given what Councilmember Candela has said, please.
Right.
It appears you have a very thorough understanding of what the staff report says.
Yeah.
I'm happy to answer any questions. I will make it clear that of the 4 steps that are outlined at the beginning of the staff report, this action would refer just to step 4. The applicant would submit an eligibility checklist, staff would check it. The applicant would submit a preliminary application, which would be kind of notice of intent to apply. That would be used to take to the Native American tribes that are in affiliated with the region, which would then have the option to request a scoping consultation, the results of which would have to be a certain what was the word that was used? Agreement that comes out of the consultation with the applicant, which then results in them being allowed to apply. Step 4 is the actual application. That is the required ministerial process, which can be reviewed ministerially by staff or ministerially by a public body. And so that's what the question before the council is. Are you comfortable with it being at staff level? Would you like to pull it to city council review? Staff's recommendation is to leave it at staff level, primarily because the public is generally unfamiliar with the ministerial review process and how that differs from the discretionary review process. I think there'd be a lot of confusion and discomfort if public comments were received and in no way reacted to, which is not allowed in a ministerial process. And so that's where staff's recommendation comes from. The Planning Commission heard that. There was a hearty debate about what kind of noticing should be allowed, if it was good or bad to hold a public hearing, and if it leads to more frustration or less. And so this, the proposal that's detailed in the report is kind of their solution, where there's as much noticing as possible, as much public attention drawn to it without it being a full public hearing or review at a public body.
Okay,
Awesome.
are there questions for staff? Okay, so we'll open this for public comment. Is there any public comment?
Yes, I have one public comment from Cheryl. Go ahead, Cheryl.
This is something that you can't really decide on tonight, I doubt, but I would wonder if the city council would like to bring it back at some point, a discussion of notification from 300 to like 500 feet, especially with SB 35 being something that's coming around the corner, that the further the notification, 350 or 300 feet is not very far. It doesn't go very far. So I wondered if the council might bring it back to consider 500 feet instead. And then to find out different creative ways besides, the notifications only go out to about 2,000 people. So is there a way that we can have a greater notification process? I'm not sure how to do that, but I think these are really critical times. They're really important, and I totally support the Planning Commission and the City Council having it early on instead of midnight or 10 or after a big long debate of the Planning Commission. So those are my questions. Can we get more notification from 300 to 500 feet possibly? And get outside of, I love the roundup and all the almost daily briefings, but is there any way we can get beyond that in order to put in a little local paper? And I think that I actually heard the Planning Commission meeting. I listened to it on YouTube. It was very robust, and I think the public, if they were explained to them, would understand that they don't have involvement. They can't have a say, but some of the big projects might be worth opening. And I think that was something that the planning commission had a robust discussion with. If there's something like that 6 units that it totally impacts the neighborhoods, that you might bring it open and have a discussion. Or if it's a big, tall project, a big project that impacts a lot of people. I think they talked a lot about being angry at them, but being more angry if they don't know what's going on. And I think the public's pretty smart if it was explained to them. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. Is there any other public comment?
I see no further public comment.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the council. Just a quick question. If the decision is made by staff, is it appealable?
My understanding is that ministerial decisions are not appealable.
Yep. Okay, and if we decide to go with the staff recommendation 6 months from now, we can change it, correct? I mean, we can change our approach.
That's correct.
Okay. And similarly, if we went at the council 6 months from now, we could decide to make it ministerial to staff level.
I believe because the decision would be made through a resolution, a second resolution changing that would need to come, but that is the only requirement to change it.
All right.
Mayor, if I could just clarify with Arlie, is there somewhere in the code that says ministerial decisions are not appealable? Because otherwise I am aware of a provision in our municipal code that says decisions of staff can get appealed up the decision tree, and it usually goes to the city manager and then it goes to the council. So I wanted to confirm that.
I think the difference, I don't know the exact wording that you're referring to, but the difference might be that a staff decision is sometimes discretionary, such as a presentation to the zoning administrator. Whereas a ministerial decision is simply a checklist, which is a yes or no. And so there can be no other decision if it meets the requirements.
I do think it's still appealable unless we have it in our code. So I just wanted to clarify that the decision may not change. But the action, as you pointed out, but it's technically, in order to exhaust administrative remedies, I suspect it's going to be appealable.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, and do you know, would it go up first to the city manager, then to the planning commission, then to the council? Okay. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, any thoughts, Councilmember Geringer? Oh.
Yeah, so thanks. I agree with all this. I just think the notification, like Cheryl said, I mean, these projects are going to be a big deal when they come. And so having it be, is there a way for us to put it on like our city council agenda? We don't even hear it. It's just a notification or something like with a link to the project plan. Even something like that, that would be just information only.
We could technically put it on consent calendar as a receive and file memo, but
then you can't get, but we can't let it get pulled, right?
That's what I was just going to mention. It could get pulled. So you either treat it as the staff recommendation, which is the city manager giving her update. And then while people can comment on it, it can't really be a discussion point. So that's the real distinction. So we could do, as you mentioned, but then there could be a discussion if someone wanted to pull it.
No, but could there be on the consent calendar a report from the planning director on items that have on status of applications?
That's what we're discussing. Yes,
Yeah,
but it could get pulled and then discussed by a member of the public or council member.
Okay, but the member of the public can only ask, they're not going to ask for a consideration.
I mean,
They're
they
just,
could have 3 minutes to discuss.
yeah.
And there could be a number of people. So
Right.
you could, it wouldn't technically be a public hearing, but you could see how, depending on the item, it could turn into a discussion.
Oh, well. Okay, other questions?
Oh, no, not a question, just a
Or
comment on
comments,
that
sorry,
approach.
comments.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think that's a bad thing, because I think what we're looking for is transparency. We want to make sure we're transparent. So if it's the first few times becomes a discussion until the community learns this is SB 35, this is what it means. And it's not a I don't think that's a bad thing. So I could see it being on a consent
Yeah,
calendar
right.
and yeah.
Okay, good point. What about builders remedy projects? Maybe do the same thing? Can we do the same thing?
It's not on the agenda, so we could.
Oh,
bring
good
that
point.
Back.
Never
but-
mind. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I support the staff recommendation, but I agree. If we should get a report, we should be sure that the council hears about every decision that's made. So I think if we somehow that's put in here, or we say that we're approving it, but we understand that there'll be a report to the council, go on the consent calendar. I think that would be helpful. And then let me ask, the 300 feet, how was that chosen as opposed to say 500 feet?
That is the typical noticing distance for all zones that are not LR, anything smaller than LR.
A question for the council. Are you talking about bringing the report after action has been taken, or when an application is in the pipeline, because it makes a difference?
Well, I'm thinking of bringing it after the action is taken so we know that it's done.
If I can jump in, the suggestion from Planning Commission is that both the planning director's report to Planning Commission, the city manager's report to City Council would come at time of completeness of the application. So if we verify, staff looks at the application, verifies there's no missing materials before we conduct the review. So it wouldn't be officially approved, but would be kind of, I mean, because it's ministerial, it's likely to be pretty baked at that point. But it's not
Well,
officially approved.
does a determination that an application is complete, is that in and of itself the determination that it's, well, then it seems like we would want to have both then. I mean, you can tell us there's an application that's completed, but I'd want to know what was done with it.
The one that it's after it's been done could be just a statement of fact by the city manager at the end of a meeting.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think the one before it is more important, right? It's just to let the public know that this is here, it's coming, here it is, right? It's going to be improved, you know, and there's not, right. And I think like Gina said, a lot of times, like this may happen where people bring stuff up the first couple times, but then they're not going to.
So, may I? So I support the staff recommendation, and I guess putting it on consent calendar, I could support for transparency, but it's not probably going to be approved if it checks off all of the eligibility, all of the things that are on the checklist that staff is, being tasked with approving under ministerial review. It's going to be approved. And I listened to the discussion from the Planning Commission meeting, and they went through all of these and had, as Cheryl and others have pointed out, had really robust discussions about them. But then it came down to, it's really the SB 35, and then when it, or if it's extended through SB 423, is very black and white. And it won't go to design review after, it won't go to any of those. And so the fact that we can change it, change our policy, not change the application or the project. I like the way that the Planning Commission came to these very set ways to get the word out. And so, including the applications, both from the planning director, the city manager, and then that all the applications, because, at the end of all of our communications, the weekly roundup, at the bottom, we have a link to here are the applications that are happening right now. And we could do a outreach to say,
look, this is what ministerial review means, be transparent, and here's why it's not coming to the council and why it's not going to planning, but here's where you can find information about it. By linking to this page, you could put, we can't decide that today, but the builder's remedy there, we already have all of that. So I do support this. I could see where maybe there could be a transition where we do it for a little while on consent, but I think it muddies the water. I think it creates more confusion for our residents than it would if we followed the planning commission recommendations or staff recommendations.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
So to ask on step 5, if we're including this SB 35 apps on planning applications received, could you put some educational like piece of what, asterisk SB 35 applications mean, ministerial, like a little bit of a education blurb on there? Just to make it distinct from, this is not your normal kind of business. Hopefully it may become that, but plausible. Just if we're going to go this route, the more we educate, the better.
Mayor. And that was, so yeah, leave it on the, explain what each of these categories are. But I think that for a couple of months, and the city manager and the planning director do it during planning commission and city council. But I think an actual, in the weekly roundup, this is new, and the SB 35, and here's where you find them. And, because it will be shocking if projects go through and people didn't know that this is a new thing. So I think it's definitely on us to do the outreach. And I think that's sort of more publicly transparent and education related than putting it into the consent calendar and having people, I guess you can do outreach either way, but.
Okay, so what I hear is actually in each of these 4 steps, the notice, the property owners, the planning director's report, the city manager report, and the inclusion on the planning applications, included in each of these would be an explanation of what ministerial approval means. So the notice would not be a typical notice. It would explain what ministerial approval is. Okay, Councilmember Kwok, do you have any comments on this item?
Oh, I'm willing to support the staff recommendation as is, but I'm also willing to, I think these are very creative ideas to do some public education outreach. The only other option I would say is, instead of including it in the consent calendar, whatever document was going to be put on the consent calendar, could it just be included under the city manager's agenda item and published on the Wednesday before under the city manager's agenda item? And at least the public could already start reviewing that the Wednesday before and not have to wait until midnight. But then it's still then classified as the city manager's report, and it's not a consent item, if that makes a difference.
Okay, I think we've moved beyond putting on the consent calendar. I don't think I've withdrawn my suggestion. So I think what we're talking about is putting in the city manager report, but that would then entail a written report.
Right. Okay, good. You'll have the full project and everything report, the full, like all the project plans, so people can really see what it is. That's my question too. And
you could just under city managers.
Then we could put a sub A that says SB 35 application and then provide a memo or links with the information. And then that way, a member of the public wanted to speak to it.
Right.
They could.
Okay.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is a consensus evolving around the staff recommendation, with the clarification that each of those 4 steps includes an explanation of what ministerial approval means. Okay, so can I have a motion for, are we ready for a motion?
I have a question.
Okay, question.
On that last round of what we were talking about,
we're putting the list of applications that are coming in. Did I hear an ask to have a staff report about it? There'll be a description of what each project is, but did I hear a request to have plans and things like that?
What I heard was under city manager's report, if there were SB 35 applications that have been deemed complete, I would just list that on the agenda with hot links to the file. Is that correct? Is that doable, Greg?
I think we wanted to clarify, were you requesting that this not be an appealable decision?
No.
No, okay.
No, I'm sorry, but I have to clarify one other thing here because this, the planning commission direction is the city managers report out to the city council under city manager update. Each meeting, any new preliminary applications that have been filed, not that have been filed and are deemed complete. So what is the staff recommendation?
We could provide both. The preliminary application is the earlier notification option, so that gives people more time to be aware of the project.
Okay. No, I think would support that. So you would be noticed at the time of filing, when the application is filed, and when an application is deemed complete. Is that a different?
My recommendation would be to do it once.
Okay.
Because the same application, people might get confused.
Okay. So when,
Why it's returning.
Okay,
Because the status has changed.
do you deem it filed only when it's complete?
The preliminary application is step 2, which is the applicants kind of notice that they plan to apply fully at step 4. But it's also what triggers notification to the Native American tribes. And that's why it's a separate process that's called out. So it's an earlier step. At step 4, when they're allowed to apply and they submit an SB 35 application, which is what's actually reviewed ministerially. Once we receive those materials, staff, like all other applications, will review them and confirm whether we have the materials needed to do our review. If so, we deem it complete. If not, we deem it incomplete.
Okay.
And then the actual review takes place.
Okay. And what point do you intend then to notify the public?
I may have misspoken earlier, for which I apologize. It sounds like the Planning Commission suggested that both the director's report to Planning Commission and the city manager's report to City Council happen at time of preliminary application, which I think makes sense. It's an earlier time period. It's when we're basically getting noticed from the applicant that they plan to apply.
But understand that preliminary application is not as robust in terms of materials. It can be very little information. It could be a text document that indicates their intention and minimally describes the project. So it would not contain, the plans, elevations, site plan that is typically expected of a project when we do public notice.
Okay, but if somebody knows that the preliminary application is filed, they can come into you at a later point and ask to see the plans, right?
Yes.
So I guess this is a question of, do we want people to know earlier on? And that seems to be what the Planning Commission is recommending, right?
By the language in your staff report, yes.
Okay. And that's what you're recommending too?
Correct. Yeah, we're recommending the Planning Commission's direction to us.
Okay.
So how easily is it to follow a project after and find the full plan like on our website? Like if we tell them really early and we tell them only this, how hard is it going to be to go to actually find when it's deemed complete and look at what's coming without any of this notification? How hard is it going to be?
I think finding information on our website is extraordinarily easy. We have a webpage dedicated to major projects and
And this will go, even though it's ministerial, it'll go on the major projects page.
we could certainly do that. We are going well above and beyond what the state requires, what is typical for ministerial, trying to inform the public. And I realize there's always more that we could do. And this is one of those things where I think that there is potential sufficient public interest and so thus that singular spot of projects of import can be the place that the public could visit and access what we have and see the status on those applications, the projects.
Great. I know you said it was really terse on the initial thing when they said they're going to do it, but we will know what size lot they have, and we will know the basic size of the project they're going for or not ish. We will. Okay.
I would say yes.
Okay.
Okay, and then I just want to confirm again that items in the staff recommendation 2, 3, and 4 are going to occur earlier than number 1, the notice to property owners. Okay.
The notice to property owners is the item that says deems complete. And so that is the later step, correct?
Okay. All right, so I'm going to put out there what I see as the consensus again, that we're adopting the staff recommendation. We've now putting into the staff recommendation for number 1, the notice to property owners is when the application is deemed complete. 2, 3, and 4 is the preliminary application. And in each case, there'll be an accompanying explanation of what ministerial approval means.
I will move that very succinct description of what we are actually voting on.
I second.
Okay, a motion from Councilmember Geringer, seconded by Councilmember Candell. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Councilmember Candell.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Quach.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so it's unanimous. Thank you very much. And thanks for your patience on this.
And thank you for actually pulling it, Councilmember Kendall, because there was good discussion.
Okay, so we're on to item 13A, Councilmember reports on activities. Vice Mayor Dawson.
Okay, I'd like to start off with just a little update on our support for downtown businesses, the recovery. We are moving ahead with a website that will feature a business directory in town, as well as the wonderful assets and opportunities that people can discover, both rediscover as residents in the city and in our wider community of people to come and take advantage of and hopefully frequent our businesses. And there is a website's moving along. We have a mailer that is going out, actually went out today, a postcard to our business community to make sure that they sign up to be a part of this directory. So that's going out. The chamber is also, we are coordinating a email with the chamber, and we will be sending an email out as well. Suzanne, thank you very much for helping us with that, as well as Thomas has been incredible getting this going. So that is in the works and moving along. We anticipate the website being up by September. Then other than that, I wanted to bring up that it's probably time we invite PG&E for an update on the gas safety, all the work they've been doing, what the results were from testing, as well as checking in with inspection. We still have those 70-year-old pipelines that have not been tested and need to know where they're at with that schedule. as well as any work they wanted to do on the Third Street Bridge. I'm not sure if they've updated us. They came to us 5 years ago as part of the Community Pipeline Safety Initiative. It wasn't even part of that. It was separate regulatory work they needed to do. And we have not heard an update on that. That's due to seismic activity risks. So we need to follow up on a few things.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Geringer.
Actually, do we have an 11 o'clock requirement to do something? Like make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30? I move that we extend the meeting to 11:30.
A second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Geringer, seconded by Councilmember Candell. Councilmember Candell.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Clark.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, extended to 11:30.
With apologies to Councilmember Kwok. I don't have a report. I'm going to do a little bit more research, but on the whole insurance issues around, I am getting more calls, and when I'm at different places out in the community about people whose policies have been canceled, and I know it's a big, huge thing. I was doing a little bit of research on where the insurance commissioner, is on any of this or legislation. So at some point, I'll come back, I think, with a request to have us look at that. I know that so far it feels limited in what we can do. So.
Okay.
So thank you for bringing up the gas pipeline. I did notice that BART parking lots are now empty. So all the PG&E gas testing that they had there were gone. So I'm glad you brought that up. So yesterday I was on a call with a bunch of people statewide, and it was about the lawsuit from Costa Mesa about the sober living facilities. So they had they got the first tranche of these sober living facilities in Costa Mesa. So they tried to pass an ordinance that said they can't be too clustered in any one neighborhood to reduce the impacts on a single neighborhood, and were immediately sued by the state and AG Bonta. It was a current AG. Their first trial, they won, but the appeals court just came over and they overturned it. And they overturned it in a really broad way. And so they've got a whole Orange County plus greater LA group funding going to the U.S. Supreme Court over the issue. I just wanted to let you guys know they were looking for other cities to file amicus briefs. We can't, based on our schedule. Our next meeting is August 28th, which is beyond when they can do it. But I just wanted to let you guys know, and we should definitely follow that if we can, to see how it is. It was very interesting. It was just everything is, the well-run facilities are fabulous. There are so many unlicensed and bad actors in this group, and especially in some of these cities, that they just finally said, we have to, enough is enough.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kwok.
I would I have no specific report except to support Councilmember Geringer's discussion about interest in insurance. I remember we did have a member of the California Insurance Commission come and give us a report within the last year or two, right? Talking about the big picture. And I think if we could have some information from a revisit from the state, but potentially as well as private insurers in our city, major carriers, to explain their situation publicly. I think that many members of the public would enjoy getting an update. So I appreciate Councilmember Geringer mentioning that. That's always been in the back of my mind, mainly from the emergency preparedness and wildfire angle. Firewise communities can get a discount, and that is something that I would like to learn more about, which carriers are offering that, how much, is it meaningful, and so forth. So definitely a question on our community's mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Manager's report.
I'm going to be very brief. Jonathan wants to remind us that fall registration is underway. This year has gone by too quickly. And then all our street and pathway projects are underway. You probably encountered some diversions and stoppages. We are still not done with the children's deck. There was a problem with the door that separates the deck and the building. It was too tall for the size of the opening, and I know staff is doing its best to get all that done before the August 10th celebration or opening of the children's deck. And again, I was asked by Wayside Inn to remind everyone to go to the Wayside Inn thrift store on July the 29th for a 45% off sale. And that's all I have.
Thank you. And I think no one mentioned the mayor's conference is in town on August 3rd. And which council members are going to be able to attend? So there'll be Councilmember Kwok, are you going to be?
I'm unsure as I'm coming back that day.
Okay, so there'll be 2 council members. All right, great. So on to item 13D.
Just to let you know, on mayor's conference, we invite previous mayors to attend. So I'll work with Vice Mayor Dawson to prepare a list so that you can introduce them. And there are some protocols because we're the host city. You have to make a give a welcome address and
Okay,
tout
I would
the-
love your
the
guidance
beauty
on that.
and
Thank you.
uniqueness.
And
Good.
and as I've said, I'm really sorry I can't be there on the 3rd. As sorry as anyone who's going to be in Vienna, Austria could be. Anyway, that joke usually doesn't go over too well. Okay. So are we on to resolution, 13D, resolution supporting the exoneration of the Port Chicago 50. This came up at the last mayor's conference and it's on the agenda as for the next one. At the last mayor's conference, the Contra Costa Bar Association came in and recommended that the resolution be adopted. I'd like to see Lafayette adopt it before the mayor's conference adopts it. So are there any questions or comments? We'll have to have.
I've been following this for a very long time and have been to many of the celebrations, both in my personally and in my role serving state and county elected. So I would, be happy to move the adoption of resolution 2023-47.
A second.
Okay, so we'll open for public comment. Is there anyone who'd like to comment on this item?
If anybody would like to comment on the item, please raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, so bring it back to the council. We have a motion and a second. Is there any comment before we vote? All right. Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. It's unanimous. Okay, on to item 14A.
First, checking in to see who is going to be attending the league conference. So we do have 2 members attending. Mayor, can I ask Councilmember Kwok if he is planning to attend?
I'm interested, but I'm not committed yet. So I will let you know soon.
Okay, thank you. The city needs to designate a primary and an alternate member to vote on matters before the Board of Directors or the General Assembly this 3rd day of the conference. So it's up to the council.
Okay, and the recommendation is discussed in direct staff, but I understand that it's got to be approved by city council action.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so we need a motion.
Yeah, and the actual resolutions will come before you at a later date before the conference.
so that it can come back to the council. And so I would very much like to continue as the voting delegate. I think I'm still the primary, and Councilmember Candell is the alternate liaisons to Cal Cities. And so if it's the will of the council, I would like to do that.
Okay, is that all right? So that's I guess that's the direction. You'll bring back a resolution that we'll adopt on the 28th on the consent calendar.
Yeah, we need a motion nominating the two or appointing.
I move we nominate Councilmember Geringer for first liaison, and I'm alternate.
Second, and confirmation that tonight we're taking action to actually appoint the delegates. What will come back to us later is we'll bring back when the resolutions that will be voted on at the General Assembly, we'll bring those back as we have in the past for guidance and direction.
Okay, and that most likely be the 11th, September 11th. I'm guessing. Okay, so we've got the motion. Is there any public comment on this item? Do we have members of the public still on?
We're down to, I think only 2 people.
Okay.
But if any of those 2 would like to make a comment, please raise your hand. I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Candell.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Clark.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So that's unanimous. Great. Thank you. All right, now we're on to 14C. I guess, wasn't that covered in the consent? I know that was writing a letter. I guess the question is, does anyone want to adopt a resolution in addition to writing the letter, or is the letter okay?
This is staff's recommendation that the letter should suffice and that you not adopt the resolution. I did check with the other city managers. No city has adopted the resolution thus far. The county is also waiting because they think that there may be some changes to the resolution, changes to the bill. So I'd be happy to forward our letter to the Bay Area Council so that they can include it in the list of cities that are opposing SB 532. So staff's recommendation is that a letter would suffice and there is no need for a resolution.
Okay, and do we need a motion, or can we just are we all in agreement on that? Councilmember Kwok?
Yes, I think the letter should suffice.
Okay. All right, so we're at the end of our agenda. We will adjourn in memory of Bill Robbins. And Wait, I thank you very much for staying on for the entire time.
Thank you. Good to see you all.
Yeah,
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.